going on, everyone? John Matrix here. So we are taking a look at the highly requested and anticipated Lionel Jonson video by the Amber King. A lot of you guys have requested this video and have been wanting me to do it for a while, so we're taking a look at it here today. This is going to be an extremely long video. The base video that the Amber King put out is 3 hours and 40 minutes long, and with my pauses and commentary, usually it doubles the length of the video, so this is probably going to be 8 hours plus of a video. I had asked in the community tab how you guys would prefer me to upload it, if you want me to split it up, etc., and the majority of people said that they wanted to just be one long video, so that's what we're gonna do. As always, down below in the info section, the description I should say, whatever, there will be a link to the original video here from the Amber King and to the Amber King's channel, so you can check out all his stuff. If you've been on my channel for a decent amount of time and you like my reactions to my videos that you're putting out, if you would do me a favor and click the join button down below and take a look at the YouTube membership tiers and see if anything would be interest to you, I would greatly appreciate it. Any kind of monetary help only allows me to put out videos more and quicker, as I could you know, focus on doing this more for a living. So if you guys want to do that, check that stuff out, and as always, you know, if you like the video, consider leaving a like and a sub, etc., etc. Also, there is a community Discord that I've set up. There's a link down below. If you want to join the community Discord, we got you know, discussions going on and people posting their minis and paints and stuff like that in the 40k channel that we've got set up in the Discord. So if you want to come in and join some of those discussions and post your minis and the various armies and stuff that you have, you know, feel free to come in and do so. Links down below. But for now, let's get into this video. We got a long one, so let's just get right on in it. Boop. Volume's good. Let's go.
We are the first legion, the angels of death, the sons of the lion. We set off into the great void to fight in the name of the Emperor. Loyalty is its own reward.
It is a time of legend. Mighty heroes battle for the right to rule the galaxy. The vast armies of the Emperor of Mankind conquer the stars in a Great Crusade. The myriad alien races are too smashed by his elite warriors and wiped from the face of history.
This little graphic design, you know, picturesque thing going on here is pretty dope. I like this. This is cool.
The dawn of a new age of supremacy for humanity beckons. Gleaming citadels of marble and gold celebrate the many victories of the Emperor, as system after system is brought back under his control. Triumphs are raised on a million worlds to record the epic deeds of his most powerful champions. First and foremost amongst these are the Primarchs, superhuman beings who have led the Space Marine legions in campaign after campaign. They are unstoppable and magnificent, the pinnacle of the Emperor's genetic experimentation, while the Space Marines themselves are the mightiest human warriors the galaxy has ever known. Each are capable of besting 100 normal men or more in combat. Many are the tales told of these legendary beings, from the halls of the Imperial Palace on Terra to the outermost reaches of the Ultima Segmentum. Their deeds are known to be shaping the very future of the galaxy. But can such souls remain free of doubt and corruption forever? Or will the temptation of greater power prove too much for even these most loyal sons of the Emperor? The seeds of heresy have already been sown, and the start of the greatest war in the history of mankind is but a few years away. But the tale of one of these beings begins in the 31st millennium. Humanity is scattered across the stars, separated and divided by space and millennia. Upon one hateful emerald world, a child awakens to find himself in the depths of a near lightless forest. He knows nothing of his origins. He has no concept of what is before. He does not even know his own name. His environment would later be called a death world.
This kid is about to beat a, like, displacer beast looking panther creature here to death with his fists. That's some Giga Chad shit right there. That's some Giga Chad shit right there.
As the forests of Calaban are filled with venomous plants and horrific mutated deadly beasts. Creatures that haunt the psyche of human nightmares.
Because of the length of this video, I meant to say this earlier at the start, but I'm getting carried away because I want to get through this. But because of the length of this video, I may not be rewinding quite as much, and I may be waiting for specific, pauses in the tempo of him talking so that I can actually talk. Because again, this is going to be a really long video, so I want to try to not, like, drag it out any longer, I guess, than what it's going to be already. Anyway, but I just want to say I might not be rewinding quite as much as I normally do in videos. But anyway, continue.
The child learns quickly to survive on his own. Many times he's attacked and has to fight and slay these creatures with his bare hands. He has to gather from the forest to learn which foods he can consume and which ones make him feel ill.
Now, I mean, obviously, because of his Primarch physiology, that would be a much easier time than what a normal human would be, because, they can digest and take sustenance from a lot of things that a normal human just wouldn't be able to, so obviously has that advantage. But I mean, that's definitely one way to learn how to survive real quick, man. Just get thrown out into the wolves, as they say, right from birth. And yeah, well, I mean, that's pretty much what happened to every Primarch, right? From every Primarch story that I've been through so far, that's basically what's happened. They were a child, landed on a planet, they were alone, and kind of quickly had to learn how to survive. Some were found earlier than others, and a few, like, never really found anyone, I believe. And were pretty much always isolated from birth until the Emperor found them. Essentially, so.
His mind is turned into that of a hunter, as if he had become one of the beasts himself. He's always on alert. He never knows true rest, allowing himself only the luxury of small periods of sleep, clutching homemade weapons tight to his chest, preparing for another deadly attack that could come at any moment. He begins to grow as a disheveled creature, his hair long, his body covered in filth, until after a decade inside the deadly forests, he sees for the first time humans. His mind is puzzled. They look just like him. They are knights, men clad in metals, shining and brilliant amongst the forest light, armed and armored in rudimentary powered armor. They belong to the Order, the knightly group who hunt the beasts of Calaban.
It's interesting that, well, I mean, they have rudimentary power armor. So, I mean, I would assume that's just technology left over from, before the Age of Strife happened. But I just kind of find that interesting that they have a type of power armor. I guess that technology could have, been maybe like a universal thing that a lot of planets kind of had and developed, their own sets of technology based off of it, I guess, Anyway.
They are utterly shocked. They find this large boy within their midst, not even hearing him move. He had crept up upon them much like the beasts of Calaban. They begin to panic. How? Nothing can survive this deep into the forest. It must be a monster. One of the men draws his pistol and laces shots towards the boy, hitting him in the shoulder. They are terrified. The boy can sense it. He can almost hear their hearts inside their chests pounding. Wounded, the boy darts to safety, and with a feral snarl he looks at them dead in the eye, only for one of the men to step forward, approaching cautiously, softly, This man finally sees that he is staring at a human. He wasn't going to attack, are you? Lion. The strange man names him. The knight's name was Luther, an honorable, respected man, and a great knight of the Order, who despite his kind demeanor and his warm smile, is genuinely terrified of the boy. Feeling the hairs rise upon the back of his neck, he almost thinks him to be a deadly beast of this world, comparing him to the Calabanite lion, the most fearsome creature that stalks these dark forests. Luther would bring the boy back to the Order's fortress monastery of Aldoruk, the mountain fortress that has served as a home to the Order for centuries. The boy is lost, confused, taken from a life of nature and placed within the confines of walls. But he is not alone, for the man Luther adopts the boy, and he names him Lion L. Jonson, the lion, son of the forest. Luther, finding within his own tragic life the loss of his wife and young child, a replacement within this boy, something to fill the void within his own heart. He will be his son, and he will be his brother, and he will guide him in all the ways of the Order. He will give him everything he can, for even the man Luther can see that this enormous boy is special. Surrounded by humans truly for the first time, the lion finds that he is clearly not just an ordinary man. He is significantly taller, stronger, and smarter than even the most exceptional knights, such as Luther. And the rate of his growth is exceptional. His speed of learning is incredible. Even Luther can see the intelligence behind those deep emerald eyes. Even if the boy did not speak for his first year inside the walls of Aldoruk, he was almost more of an observer, not quite able to shake out of that hunter mindset.
I was going to say, it must be weird for someone to, like a regular person, I guess you'd say, you know, to come upon a Primarch and to like watch them grow as quickly as they do compared to a normal person. You know, their how quickly they grasp stuff, their physical growth, their intelligence. Obviously, you would know that they're special and they're different, you know, but like it would be one of those things where it's like, to what extent, and you know, would there be certain like myths or legends, you know, on certain planets or whatever from these various cultures that have diverged in their own ways? You know, would there be like prophecies of a chosen one that, you know, some of these Primarchs might have, you know, fulfilled or something? I don't know. Just where my mind's kind of going with this stuff, but anyway.
Never quite able to relax and feel he is in safety. Never quite able to sleep. But even from his first day inside the walls of Aldoruk, a blade was put in his hand as he began to train in the way of the knights, stepping through the spiral, the ancient training grounds, and the Order's martial combat doctrine, learning the ways of a duelist to a level beyond even mortal men. A day and night cycle of combat and study, until finally the lion was ready to begin his first hunt.
I was going to say, like, I would think because of how rapidly they learn and adapt and would be able to make things their own, I would think very quickly that they would get to a certain level of skill where a lot of these masters, teachers, or whatever just wouldn't have anything else to teach them, you know, and then the Primarchs would end up becoming the masters and teaching them, kind of a situation, the role reversal. I also really like how, like, very Templar-ish these, you know, these uniforms and whatnot are, crosses and everything, very Templar-esque.
Back into the forest of Calaban the boy would journey, battling many of the types of horrifying monsters that lay deep within the shadows of the overcast trees, behind the venomous and poisonous vegetation, in rudimentary arms and armor, and long-maintained advanced technology. The lion would be equipped. The world of Calaban itself, a mix of its old medieval traditions and the technology from a long-lost era, barely kept alive by dissipating knowledge.
You know, he kind of, I don't know how long he lived out there on his own before being found, how many, if it was years or months or weeks or whatever, but like, you would think, I mean, I guess it's tradition, right? They would want to have him go through it as a tradition, rite of passage to, you know, as a coming of age kind of thing, I guess, for him to go out and back into the forest on his own and do this hunt and come back alive. But it's like, he did this as a younger child with no training, no expertise, and no equipment already, and survived where you guys thought it was unsurvivable. So like, other than the reasons of tradition, it would feel kind of pointless to send him back out there to do this. But like I said, tradition, so.
Each generation feeling more and more of that knowledge bleed away. From his auto pistol to his two-handed blade, the lion's equipment would be slick with blood. As he began to purge the beasts of the forest, hundreds, thousands of horrifying creatures fell to him.
Yeah, I was just thinking, as he's talking about this, how sick would it be to have like a Monster Hunter World, you know, Warhammer crossover, where, you know, you could go out as a Space Marine or even one of the Primarchs or whatever and hunt down some of the monsters in Monster Hunter World with, you know, equipment like that. That'd be pretty dope. That'd be pretty dope.
Hundreds, thousands of horrifying creatures fell to him as he began to ascend the ranks of the Order. His skill and his mind nurtured by legends such as Ramiel, Amadis, and his closest companion of all, Luther, and even the mysterious Lord Cypher, the knight.
I swear, and maybe I'm getting my lore mixed up from the Primarch stuff, but doesn't Luther eventually betray Lionel? And doesn't Lionel have to kill him? I swear I've heard that before from something previous, but I could be getting my lore mixed up from various Primarchs. But anyway, let's continue.
Luther, and even the mysterious Lord Cypher, the knight who forgoes his own identity and inherits the Cypher title, charged with keeping the secrets of the Order. The traditions of Calaban are born into him, poured into his growing mind. But yet there is one tradition the boy cannot reconcile. The endless war with the beasts, the cycle of unending death, the horror and fear the people of Calaban live every day, fearing that their young and pitiful lives are cut short, afraid to leave the warmth of their fire and walls. The people of Calaban have looked after him, they have nurtured him, and he wanted to protect them. The lion declares a crusade. He will purge all the beasts from the forest, communicating with some of the other knightly orders. Across the world of Calaban, the coordinated purge began, relying upon his brother and father Luther to facilitate this coordination, as even as exceptional as the lion is, he doesn't even come close to matching Luther's oratory skills.
It's interesting how it seems like so far every Primarch, at least those that I've you know done videos on so far, other than I guess maybe Alfarius. But anyway, it's interesting how all of them have had some kind of crusade of their own on the home world they land on that they take part in. You know, he's got his crusade. Sorry, keep hitting the pause button. He has his crusade to purge. You know, Lionel has his crusade that he goes on to purge the monsters in the forest to make, you know, his village, planet, whatever safe. Jagatai Khan goes on his crusade to avenge his father's death, his father on the planet, you know, the one that found and raised him, and to unite, you know, the various tribes in the world. Conrad Kurz goes on his crusade to abolish criminals, essentially, you know, just to go out and destroy injustice and criminals, etc., etc. So I find it interesting that they all kind of have their own little crusade that they go on kind of naturally as they grow up, almost to prepare them for the Great Crusade, you know, that they're eventually going to embark on from the Emperor. Is that a coincidence, or is that just like a natural tendency that they have? Is it supposed to be kind of like a reflection of, you know, something that the Emperor instilled in them? I don't know, but I find that interesting.
He doesn't even come close to matching Luther's oratory skills. Respect is earned by the Lion, but charisma bleeds from Luther. The decades began to pass, the Crusade racking up a toll of dead on both sides. Many of the Lion's friends and brothers giving their life in this relentless pursuit of the beasts, even fighting the creature of his own namesake, the Calabanite Lion.
That looks
terrifying. The battle would push him to the edge of his abilities.
This is like a lion, lizard, porcupine thing. That looks terrifying.
Even with his superhuman skills, the fearsome creature almost cost him his life. But yet the Lion was victorious.
For that creature must be super deadly then to be able to almost kill a Primarch. Damn.
Removing that creature's taint from the world forever.
He said taint.
Now a respected high-ranking member of the Order, the Lion is a legend. A name whispered with reverence amongst the new recruits.
It honestly just makes me want to play Monster Hunter World. Like, literally looking at this and the little quills and stuff, this looks like it would be like a perfect creature to fight in Monster Hunter World. I forget what it's called for those that are familiar with Monster Hunter World. Like, what is it, the Otagon? The like red wolf looking dragon thing? I think that's what it's called. Kind of reminds me of this kind of reminds me of that.
And the younger members of the Order, all hoping to emulate the man. No, the demigod, the Lion. In the victory halls of Aldoruk, the knights feast, they chant and they rave, lifting up their successful brothers from hunts, never forgetting to enjoy the life they live. Yet the solitary figure in the corner would catch the eyes of the young Zahariel, following the enormous man, the Lion, to the balconies of Aldoruk. Many a times all of the young recruits and even the Lion had heard of the victories of previous nights, the honors, the laurels. But now the Lion wishes to speak of something else. The future.
The future.
It is good to look up at the stars,
said the Lion, finally breaking his long silence.
At times like this, a man needs to take stock of his life. I find there is no better place to take stock than beneath the stars.
The Lion smiled, and Zahariel found the smile dazzling. It was clear that the Lion was trying to put him at ease, but Zahariel found it almost impossible to talk to him, as though he was any other man. Jonson was too big, his presence too imposing. A man could no more ignore his extraordinary nature than he could ignore the wind and the rain, or the transition from day to night. There was something similarly elemental about the Lion. Lion L. Jonson was the apotheosis of all humanity's dreams for itself. He was the perfection given human form, like the first example of a new race of man.
The cleansing of the forest is entering its final stage, Zahariel. Did you know that?
No, my lord. I had thought the campaign was likely to continue for some time.
No, not at all,
said the Lion, his brow furrowing slightly. Though Zahariel could not be sure if it was amusement or contemplation.
According to our best estimates, there are perhaps a dozen or so great beasts left in total. Certainly no more than 20. And they are all in the North Wilds. We have scoured every other region of Calaban and cleared out the beasts that were hiding there. Only the North Wilds are left.
But that would mean the campaign is nearly over.
Nearly. At most, it should take another 3 months. Incidentally, you realize Amodis has asked that you be recorded in the annals of the Order as having assisted in slaying one of the last of them. A fearsome creature as well, from all accounts. Though Amodis killed it, you should be proud of your actions in the fight. You saved the lives of many of your brothers.
Not all of them,
said Zahariel, remembering Palion's screams as the beast tore him apart.
I couldn't save them all.
That is something every warrior must get used to. No matter how skillfully you lead your warriors, some of them will die.
It was only a matter of luck that I didn't die. The sheerest chance.
A good warrior will always take advantage of chance. He should adapt to the changing circumstances of battle. War is all about opportunities, Zahariel. To be victorious, we must always be ready to take hold of our opportunities as they arise. You showed initiative in fighting that beast. More than that, you demonstrated excellence. Precisely as the verbatim defines these things and sets them out as our ultimate aim. We cannot know what mysteries the universe holds or what challenges we may face in the future. All we can do is live our lives to the fullest extent we can, and cultivate the virtue of trying to achieve excellence in all things. When we go to war, it should be as master warriors. When we make peace, we should be equally adept. It is not good for human beings to accept second best. Our lives are short. We should make merit of them while we can.
Abruptly coming to silence, the lion continued to stare up at the night sky as Zahariel stood beside him.
I wonder what is in the stars. The old tales say there are thousands, perhaps millions of planets out there. Just like Calaban. They say Terra is one of them. It is strange, don't you think, that every child born of Calaban knows the name Terra? We count it as the source and wellspring of our culture, but if the tales are true, it has been thousands of years since we had contact with that source. But what if the tales are false? What if Terra is a myth? A fable invented by our forefathers to account for our place in the cosmos? What if our fathers' tales are lies?
It would be terrible.
Zahariel said. He felt a shiver and told himself the night was growing colder.
People take the existence of Terra for granted. If it had all turned out to be a myth, we might start to doubt everything. We would lose our moorings. We wouldn't know what to believe.
True. But in other ways it would free us. We would no longer need to be responsible to the past. Present and the future would be our only boundaries. Take the current campaign against the great beasts as an example. You are young, Zahariel. You cannot be aware of the bitter arguments, the threats and recriminations that were directed toward me when I first advanced the plans for my campaign. All too often, I found that the causes of these objections were rooted in some dated custom that had long ago worn out its welcome. Tradition is a fine ideal, but not when it serves as a shackle on our future endeavors. If it wasn't for Luther and his fine oratory, I doubt the plan would have ever been approved. It's the same with so many issues that confront us today. The diehards and the sticks in the mud oppose us at every step. Irrespective of the value of the plans I put forward, they always make reference to the past, to tradition, as though our past was so filled with shining glories that we might actually want to preserve it forever. But I'm not interested in the past, Zahariel. I think only of the future.
The lion paused. Standing beside him, Zahariel wondered what Lord Cypher would make of this speech, decrying the value of tradition. Might this be another test? One designed to see whether he would simply acquiesce to what the lion was saying, or stand up for the values of tradition. As he looked upon the lion's countenance, he saw a strange intensity to the way he stared up at the sky, as if he loved and hated the stars at the same time.
I want to pause it there before I forget kind of my train of thought is, because it's kind of a long little excerpt speech there. But it's interesting how he's talking about, wanting to essentially uphold traditions, and that traditions are a fine thing, but at the same time, tradition can honestly can hold people back. And it kind of goes, I believe part of, what he's talking about with them not wanting to wipe out all these beasts and make the planet like really safe for everyone is that it's part of the tradition for them as a rite of passage for a knight to go out and have to slay a beast and come back victorious or not at all kind of a situation. Almost, there's various cultures that have similar traditions, like that. But it also, obviously in a way can hold people back. It can just keep the population from expanding. People, I notice how many people die in the process of going through this tradition. But it also, like he, had pointed out, is that it keeps them in a state of not necessarily being able to really expand because of their fear of the creatures out there, and keeping them from being able to feel safe and be safe. And it's almost, kind of, I guess, with him looking up to the stars, knowing that it almost kind of seems like he has a sense that he knows he doesn't necessarily belong here and that he comes from somewhere else, and that simultaneous love and loathing of them, I guess, is kind of like those two parts of him kind of in conflict with each other, wanting to go out and explore the stars, probably, and probably wanting to really try to see if he could find Terra, from what he's talking about here, with it being wanting to discover whether it's a myth or not, but also like, I don't know. I just find it an interesting conversation about him, wanting to essentially uphold certain aspects of tradition, but trying to also like essentially teach people that it's also holding them back, Anyway.
Sometimes I wish it was in my power to wipe that past away. I wish there was no myth of Terra.
Right.
I wish Calaban had no past. Look at a man without a past and you see a free man. It's always easier to build when you build from scratch. Then again, I look at the stars and I think I am too hasty. I look to the stars and I wonder what is out there.
Right.
How many undiscovered lands? How many new challenges? How bright and hopeful might our future be if we could make it to the stars?
Such a thing seems unlikely.
It also interests me that, I don't know, and I would assume it's probably like different from planet to planet because of different levels of technology, but I would think, I guess it again depends, like I just said, on the different planet. The idea that they wouldn't be able, that they've essentially lost space travel. Because during, before the Age of Strife and all that stuff happened, all of humanity had the ability to travel through space, and just eventually the warp became so turbulent and all the warp storms and yada yada. But, at this time, humanity is still separate from each other. They're not all under the Imperium's, law. So they're not under the idea that all technology bad. It's surprising to me that there weren't more spacefaring civilizations at the time. And I'm sure there probably were. And it's just, again, like I said, different from planet to planet. And again, going back to the conversation of traditions, a lot of traditions and ways of thinking and belief could have also held a lot of cultures back. A lot of cultural beliefs could have kept people from doing that. You look at our own history, and during the Dark Ages, there was that was almost like, it was like 800 years, 600, 800 years, something like that, of like no scientific progress because of various beliefs. So like, yeah, it could easily happen on other planets. But yeah, I just find this whole conversation very interesting.
For the moment, at least.
You are right. What if the stars were to come to us?
I don't understand.
Truthfully, nor do I. But on nights when the stars are bright, I dream of a golden light, and of all the stars in the heavens coming down to Calaban and changing our world forever.
The stars
Have
come
like a
down to
premonition
Calaban?
of the
Do
Emperor
you
coming
think
to
it
him?
means anything?
The lion shrugged.
Who knows? I feel I ought to know its relevance, but every time I think I sense a connection to the golden light, it fades and leaves me alone in the dark.
Then, as though shaking off the loss of such a dream, the lion said,
In any case, the stars are denied to us, so we will build a future here on Calaban. Still, if we are to be limited in that way, we will not allow it to limit our vision. If we are only able to build our lives on Calaban without access to the stars, then we will make this world paradise.
The lion extended an arm, sweeping it in a broad gesture across the nighttime panorama of the dark forest and treetops below the walls of Alderuk.
This will be our paradise, Zahariel. This is where we will build a bright new future. The campaign against the Great Beast is only the first step. We will create a golden age. We will make the world anew. Does that sound like a noble aim to you?
It does, my lord.
An aim worth committing our lives to. I raise this question here and now because of your youth. It is the young who will build this future, Zahariel. You have shown promise. You have the potential to be a true son of Calaban, a crusader. Not just against the beasts, but against every other evil that ails our people. Does that seem a worthy purpose?
It does.
Interesting that, the idea, again, I kind of had talked about it earlier, but the whole him wanting to create a golden age on his planet, and taking on this Great Crusade to do it, very, very one-to-one with what the Emperor is trying to do, so, and again, just kind of pointing towards that it looks like it's some kind of potential subconscious programming or something like that the Emperor would have put in the Primarch, so I just find that interesting.
It is said by Luther that the lion is the loneliest man in the world. He is exceptional. He can imitate the sound of any animal on Calaban, from the hunting cry of a raptor to the mating call of a Sevrix. He also has a wonderful singing voice. He knows all the old songs, the folk melodies of Calaban. If you ever heard him sing Forest of My Fathers, it would bring tears to your eyes. His martial prowess, his intellect is so far above the mortal man that even Luther, who would have been exceptional in a life where there was no lion, simply falls short. The lion has no equals, no being for him to converse with fundamental understanding. He is so exceptional that even his brothers of the Order cannot forge a true bond. For who can stand so close to a shining star without being blinded or forgotten? He is alone. Even to Zahariel, one of the youngest members of the Order, he is astounded by the vision the lion has for the future of Calaban. They stand upon a nexus. The beasts are dead. They discuss the Calaban that has been and the Calaban that will become. The forests are clear. The lingering fear of an early grave that haunted all Calabanites will be gone, and they will make a paradise, a world without fear. But the lion looks to the stars and wonders where this drive within comes from. He is so different from everyone else. He feels a calling when he looks to the sky. Is it innate within him to act this way, as a world shaper? Or did someone put that there?
Now,
Is he more weapon than man? And the leadership, does he even desire it? The responsibility to be the torch holder for Calaban's guiding future? Or is it simply a responsibility he must take upon his shoulders? The Order has always held one tenet above all else: secrecy. Trust is implicit, and yet strained within the Order, as the layers of knowledge hidden throughout the ranks stems to the traditions held since the Order's inception. And the Lion too holds secrets he keeps even from Luther, of his interactions with the mysterious Watchers in the dark. robed creatures, small in stature, but yet possessing immense power tied to Calaban itself. Only the lion knows what has been said between them, the secrets they whisper, and the past they speak of the warnings meant only for him. Calaban's people will have a bright future.
Interesting.
And who could the lion trust the responsibility and vision to, other than himself? It was simply a matter of fact. Only he was capable of this. Calaban, after decades, has purged thousands of beasts across the planet, leaving the last pocket of resistance within the infamous North Wilds region, the domain and territory of the Knights of Lupus Order. Conflict between these two orders is inevitable, as the Knights of Lupus seem hesitant to fully purge the rest of the beasts, their own hesitancy sending warnings and frustration within the lion. Even some of the lion's very own scouts, who ventured too far within the North Wilds region, were slain by the Knights of Lupus.
Interesting.
A dishonor that was clearly the beginning of more to come. The elderly Grand Master Sartana of the Knights of Lupus made his way towards Aldoruk.
So I'm assuming it's one of those things where, yeah, this other order is wanting to uphold the traditions that they had, and they don't want to wipe out all these beasts. So they're essentially kind of starting a war between them, these two different orders. So, interesting.
Greeted by the lion and the growing ranks of the order, a display of power and a way for the lion to show off, showing how the order is filled with many recruits, drawn in by the legends such as him, Luther, and many others. Master Sartana chastises the lion, declaring that he has gone against previous promises and that he has clearly laid down the foundations for this conflict. And perhaps this is true, for the lion sees them as an obstacle for peace. Their hesitancy to not purge the rest of the beasts makes their intentions clear and makes them obstructions for the future of Calaban. War is declared as the Order prepares to siege the Knights of Lupus's fortress. As rare as it is, once again humans will battle upon the fields of Calaban. The Order sets off to the North Wilds, and in this culmination of their last obstacle, the Lion is declared the Grand Master of the Order, something many had seen coming. But perhaps in another age, it may have been others like Amadis or Luther, but the demigod figure that was the Lion, it left no one unsure that he was worthy. He, the architect of the crusade to purge the beasts. It was clear they were all following this man's will, and they followed it with zealotry. The Order and its knights, such as Zahariel and his cousin Nemiel, and thousands of others prepared to kill men. Many within the ranks of the Order had only ever hunted the beasts, and now they hunted their own species for the first time.
That's interesting. Thing to think about too is most of them they're warriors, but they're used to fighting animals, hunting creatures, monsters, whatever, they're not used to fighting other people. And, it's different type of fighting, different tactics, etc. So that's kind of an interesting thing to think about when you're going to have a civil war, how that would change things. And obviously Lionel Jonson, with his intelligence and all that kind of stuff, and his genetic enhancements and programming, would be able to, I'm sure, lead them and use different tactics than what the opposing side would be used to, and will probably make short work of them, I would think.
Outside the walls of the Knights of Lupus's fortress, the mud is thick, the rain is heavy, and in their council meeting the Lion prepares his plan. He knows he will be a target, and uses himself as a distraction, so that Luther may take the main force to charge the gate. Luther protests, stating that if he was to fight and die, that it would be by his brother's side. No matter if they had lost everything, the brothers would always have each other. They had fought the beast together, and Luther would be remiss for he was not there to protect his brother, even as superhuman as he was. The siege began in flame and smoke. The Knights of the Order began their assault. Siege towers were pushed with a heavy heave from men, whilst the catapult rained down fire. Upon the walls and the gates they began to cut down the Knights of Lupus, in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The sensation of fighting men, one that seemed to even horrify the men of the Order, such as Zahariel and Nemiel. The Lion's men began to overwhelm their enemy, until the dark truth was revealed upon the field of battle. The Knights of Lupus unleashed tamed beasts from their own armory.
Interesting, okay.
The act itself a heretical betrayal of the knightly order vows that many had taken.
So they themselves, so I wonder, I mean, probably something we would never know, but I wonder if it was something where they were like planning to use these creatures to as an assault force themselves against some of the other orders and take power for themselves. You know, they might not have liked the changes that Lionel Jonson was bringing about, and so they had tamed a lot of these creatures to use in war. And obviously, as he's saying here, that's a big no-no. So interesting.
The lion felt his blood sing with heat. The very beasts who had attacked the people of Calaban, now within the ranks of those who were meant to cut them down, those who were meant to protect the people. The lion pushed on from his distraction force, charging at the beasts, and for the first time many within the Order saw the lion fight up close. Many now truly taking in the size of him, how deadly he was, his skill with the blade, how far beyond human he truly was. It would cost many lives, but the lion, Luther, Zahariel and Nemiel, and the Knights of the Order annihilated the Knights of Lupus, and in the ashes of their victory the lion demanded the fealty of the other orders, uniting them into one, a knightly force that would cover the entire planet. But to the shock of many, he did not order the destruction of the Knights of Lupus's hold. Orders came from the lion to keep their library intact, one that brought a questioning look from many of them, others believing the knowledge within to be heretical. But as the Order had taught him, the lion did not destroy secrets. The contents of the library were transported back to Alderuk. Information was information. It was how you used it. Yet even in this time of great victory, another mystery of Calaban came to fruition. And for the first time in his life, the lion came in contact with the Watchers in the Dark. An ancient myth, one he had heard many times growing up within the walls of Alderuk, from the many tutors and teachers he had. Suspected ancient Xenos, who masked their true form and appeared as small robed humanoids. Their goals were mysterious, and even to be within their presence it unnerved even him. But yet there was something intrinsic within them, something that tied them to Calaban itself, something the lion kept to himself, not even telling his own father Luther of their interactions. The lion in the Order had finally purged the beasts on Calaban. It was a time for celebration. The people felt relief. They could leave their homes, leave the safety of their walls. They lived in a time of peace. The lion led a victory march from Alderuk, from the old veterans of the Order to the young, carrying the banners proudly. It was an honouring of a legacy of thousands upon thousands of years of conflict. A war finally won, until like a vision he had seen in a dream, the lion saw a Calabanite eagle. Rare creatures, not dangerous, but they were regarded as birds of omen by the superstitious of Calaban. The lion paused. He had seen it. He had seen it in his dreams. This moment. Jonson looked to the sky to see a bird of metal and large warriors in powered armor descend around the panicking knights. They drew their blades and pistols, only for the lion to order them to stand down. Luther barking the orders down the ranks, As these warriors clad in powered armor stepped forward, they declared that they were members of the First Legion of the Master of Mankind, the Imperium of Man that comes from Terra. They had come to unite mankind across the stars, and they were overjoyed as now they had found their Primarch. Their Gene Father, Lion L. Jonson. It felt like a moment the Lion knew would come for his whole life. Many things about his own life had started to make sense. He had never had the time to ponder. Always in danger in the forests of Calaban. Always learning and training in the wars of Alderuk. But now he allowed himself to take in and answer those mysteries. Where did he come from? Who was he? His incredible form and mind. And now he finally learned the truth. He was a son of the Emperor of Mankind. He was born within the gene labs of Terra, and he had been lost, but now had been finally reunited with his home and his family. A legion of thousands of superhuman warriors, created from his own genetic material. A galaxy-spanning empire, created from his father, and a mission to conquer the stars. The Lion's life changed forever. Despite him and this Emperor, his father, seeming so aligned on so many things, he still found it hard to get used to. The idea of having a true father. Even within his own heart, Luther had felt more like an older brother, for the Lion had never found it truly easy to bond with people. And in truth, many times he has stared upon his own adoptive father Luther, wondering how he bonded with people so easily. As Luther had said, the Lion was the loneliest man upon Calaban, but now it had changed forever. The Lion was no longer alone, and perhaps no longer the strongest in the room, as the Emperor told him of his brothers, the Primarchs. In many ways it was a comfort to him, to converse with a being that were his equal, men who could understand him. But yet he never found it quite easy to connect with them, never truly bonding to the point of friendship, finding more comfort within his own Calabanites. Though,
yeah, I mean, it must be a strange sensation to be like, you just think about it, to be like literally the person on an entire planet that is above and beyond the best at everything. Like literally the best at everything. You're the smartest, fastest, strongest. Everyone looks to you, etc., etc., etc. To be the best at everything, and then all of a sudden, that changes almost in an instant. You're faced with the Emperor, who is technically your father, who is even above and beyond miles away from you. Like, how strange would that be? Like, because I almost wonder if for a lot of Primarchs, like, if they really ever had an opportunity or a wanting to kind of test the limits of their abilities, on whatever planet they grew up on, you know what I mean? And then to come upon a being like the Emperor, who is then like miles above them in every way, and to see, I don't know. I don't know if you want to call it like the pinnacle of like humanity, because the Emperor's kind of a unique being in the 40k universe. So I don't even know if the Emperor's really would be considered like a human anymore, really, because he's like far beyond that. Like, I was going to make kind of like a Superman kind of comparison reference, but he's even, I would think, more than that. But yeah, I just, it must be, you got to think from like the Primarch perspective, how interesting that experience, or just how strange that experience would be to like know that there are others that are like you, and that you have brothers, a family, maybe, are they even family, there are others that, yeah, you can compare yourself to, that are You might be better than in certain ways, but not in others. Someone that, yeah, you might be able to have more of a conversation with, but you know, yeah, there's that awkwardness of, are they really family? Are they really my brother? Some of them you probably wouldn't be able to get along with at all. Some of them maybe you can get, you know, really get along with. Others are very standoffish. You know, I don't know. I'm just going through these various scenarios in my mind of like, yeah, how awkward that would be. And then also just to learn that essentially, like, really, they would be intelligent enough to realize that they're really just tools. Like, once they understand what's happening and, you know, what the Emperor is really trying to accomplish with uniting the humanity and the worlds, that really they are just tools to accomplish a certain goal. And maybe the Emperor does have certain feelings for him at some point in time and regards them as his children, you know, but at the same time, it's just like, I don't know. It would just be such a weird sensation and realization of a lot of different things. Although it's been mentioned that a lot of Primarchs kind of really have that feeling in general, that there's more to them. They have a purpose greater than what they know, which is, again, I think is probably part of why a lot of them have this kind of personal crusade they end up going on in their home world that ends up being kind of a reflection of what the Great Crusade is that the Emperor is trying to accomplish, you know, etc. So I don't know. Yeah, I just thinking about it, you know, like how strange and how awkward and life-changing that situation would be. And then also just realizing, you know, being able to just go out in space, like, you know, from a situation like Lionel Johnson's being put on this planet that doesn't have the ability for space travel, then all of a sudden having access to that, being able to travel through space and see all the different worlds and the different levels of existence humanity has, and then also going to Terra and seeing what Terra is and how different the world. I know for me personally, like, just I prefer more, like, if I had to choose somewhere to live, you know, I would love to have someplace like out in Wyoming or Montana. You know, my perfect place would honestly be in like just a nice little log cabin out there in the wilderness somewhere. As long as like I would still want to have internet of somewhat, you know, I mean, hook me up with some Starlink or something like that, but like put me like an hour or so away from any kind of town out in the middle of nowhere. I'm close enough to where if I need to go get something in an emergency, I can get there, but I'm far enough away to where I can just be left alone. Like, that would be my perfect kind of existence. So, and I kind of feel like with Jonson, that's almost kind of like a similar thing with him, with what his upbringing is and whatnot. And so, like, I don't know. I would wonder how he would feel going from his home planet and dealing with kind of nature and hunting of the beasts and eradicating of the beasts, so that you know, his people could really expand and have a more safer, comfortable life, and going from kind of even if it is a rougher natural existence, I guess you could say, with how dangerous the woods and the beasts on the planet are, then going to a planet like Terra, which I believe at the time when he would get there, it's pretty much just a giant, you know, it's like Calaban from, or not Calaban, it's the Republic capital in Star Wars. I can't think of the name of it right now. I'm having a brain fart, but it's just a giant, it's just one like massive giant industrial city. There's no like nature. It's all, you know, concrete and buildings and industry and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It would be just such an interesting life transition to go from where he is and everything that he's done and whatnot on this planet to then going to the stars and having access to that and seeing what Terra is and what the myth of the homeworld is compared to reality, you know. I don't know. I just wonder, like, how that would affect him, what his perspective on that stuff would be if they talk about that all in any of the books. But anyway, let's move on.
Though he respected many of his brothers, such as Horus, Dawn, Sanguinius, the Khan, and Guilliman, the Lion adjusted quickly, finding that many of the customs of the First Legion, his sons, sharing many of the similarities between the knightly orders. He began to incorporate many of the traditions of Calaban within his legion. Gone was the old title of First Legion, renaming them to the Dark Angels, giving them the brand after an ancient Calabanite myth, even bringing over the complex hierarchy of the Order, where ranks can change based upon knowledge and levels of secrecy within the Legion's practices. Even the world of Calaban would change, becoming the new recruitment ground for the Legion, as many of the young knights from various orders joined the Grand Master, pushing themselves through the brutal process and becoming Astartes. The crusade upon Calaban had been completed, a time that brought many worry, wondering what their purpose would be, but a new purpose quickly filled the void, and after years of training and recruitment, the Lion and the Calabanite Marines joined the Great Crusade. They would conquer the stars and fight Xenos and non-compliant colonies of mankind. And just as how the Lion had united Calaban, they would unite humanity, armed with the Imperial truth and a legion of hundreds of thousands of Astartes. The Lion would join the battle across the stars. Immediately the Lion was thrown into horrifying conflict, finding within a short time within the Great Crusade that he and his legion would take part in the campaign of the Rangdan Xenocides. The Rangda were a vile Xenos race that enslaved many other sentient races to themselves, using them as slaves or puppets within their own wars. These masters taken straight from Lovecraftian horror. Xenos that could haunt the mind of any mortal man. It would be this war, this Xenocide, that would be the hardest fought in the entire Great Crusade. And even with the tactical genius of the Lion, it would cost thousands of Astartes, millions of mortal men and women. At its height, the Lion would have command over 300,000 space marines, the Imperium's champion as it faced its worst enemy at the time. It would be a war that the Lion eventually won, for even against his brothers, his tactical acumen was superior, though the conflict would change the balance of the legions, as now the Dark Angels, who had fought valiantly and bravely, were no longer the most numerous, many of the Terran elements of the Legion giving their lives within the conflict. From war zone to war zone the Lion would move, his legion and him earning a reputation of honor and prowess. But the Great Crusade would change for the Lion upon the planet of Sarosh. The negotiation with the governors of Sarosh broke down after months of talks, leading to a confrontation and a suicidal assassination attempt upon its own life. The leaders of the world hiding a nucleonic warhead within their own ship, hoping to take themselves and the Lion out together. A plan which almost succeeded, if not for the last-minute intervention of Zahariel and Luther. The warhead was blasted into space, the Legion only taking minor casualties. But much to the Lion's shock, he found that his father, his brother, Luther, had faltered. The older knight of Calaban hadn't reported his suspicions earlier. He had waited, almost allowing the assassination to succeed. And when the truth was finally revealed, the Lion felt it cut deeply. From a man who said he would have died by his side, to almost allowing him to be killed. He was let down by the man who had saved him from the forest. The man who was meant to be his father. The man who had tutored him, given him love, trained him to be the man that he would become. He didn't hate him. For how could he hate the man who had given him so much? But how could he fully trust him now either? He knew Luther had come through in the end. But how could he trust a man like that at his back? How could he trust many of the other Calabanites? Perhaps they too shared in the feelings of Luther. And yet even upon the face of Luther, the lion couldn't read it. He couldn't perceive the truth behind the shame. He couldn't perceive the momentary jealousy. The lion and the legion descended down to the planet of Sarosh.
Interesting.
Finding a monstrous Xenos creature, created from the sacrificed blood of thousands. A creature that had been mind-controlling the population of Sarosh. A jelly-like body that was like that of some deep ocean trench dweller, shimmering, appearing fragile, and lit from within by bursts of coloured, electric light.
So we have John Carpenter's The Thing here against the Space Marines, okay.
The million eyes that stared out from its hideous form. The lion drew his sword, and the legion charged, as writhing tentacles launched forth, attacking the Dark Angels at many different points.
That honestly is horrifying. Like, I don't know, how many, like, tongue tendril things do you need? I don't know, man. That just looks terrifying. I would probably poo myself if I saw that out in wherever. Then again, I'm also not a Primarch.
The Primarch roared, launching into the battle with fury, and despite taking many casualties, and with the lion and his sons buying time, Zahariel detonated a psychic device, eviscerating the Xenos creature. But it didn't feel like victory, as in the wake of this conflict the lion had been shaken. Never before had he felt like he couldn't rely upon his brothers.
Yeah.
When one had descended.
That'd be a big problem, man, you know, because then now it's a situation of, yeah, who do you trust? Can you trust the people from your homeworld? You know, what was the root of Luther's betrayal or almost betrayal? You know, he said that there was like a hint of jealousy. Is it just that Luther thought that he should have been where Lionel Jonson is, you know? I don't know. Maybe we'll get into that more in this video, but yeah, that would definitely be a problem. You can't really, how can you go into battle and command, you know, people, and you don't know if you can rely on those people, you know? You have to, that then puts you on guard at all sides and distracts you from being able to do what you need to be done, essentially, you know?
Never before had he felt like he couldn't rely upon his brothers. When one had descended into the forest for the hunt, he had to trust in those around him. To have no trust was death, and his trust in Luther, Zahariel, and many of the Calaban knights had waned. Back to Calaban he would send them. If they could no longer be trusted upon the field of battle, then the best use for their abilities, and a path for redemption, for those that had erred or faltered, would be in recruitment. And even in his own heart of hearts, he felt like his father, Luther, cared more for Calaban, but yet he did not communicate this to his own father. He believed that the man Luther knew him, and he understood why he had to do this. For a man so brilliant, so intelligent, so deadly, it is almost hard to believe he faltered in reading the true feelings of those closest to him, the true feelings of Luther. With the compliance of Sarosh, the lion...
Sometimes trust like that can blind you, man. You get, you know, I mean, you look at Caesar. Caesar never thought that his own people would betray him like that, you know? And that could be like a similar situation here where you feel you're so close to someone and you can rely on them so much, and you don't see the betrayal coming, you know? So it's interesting.
The true feelings of Luther. With the compliance of Sarosh, the Lion set out to pursue another Xenos threat that had threatened the Imperium, a Xenos race that the Lion despised, one he had seen before during the Rangdan Xenocides. The Lion and the Legion prepared to battle once again the Crave.
Crave, huh?
The Lion frowned as he stepped off, boots crunching on glass. He had hunted quarry by touch and smell alone, and had been stalked through the lightless defiles knowing the sound of a single breath would be his end.
You are a less patient hunter than I.
He drew the lion's sword, slowly, Thrumming the activation rune worked into the grip as it came free, bathing 20 square meters of hangar deck in coolly energized light. The Crave host stood exposed where she had been waiting for him, on the flight deck. Her hair was the color of ominous flame, her black eyes drinking in the glow of the lion's sword. Yet for all her supernatural features, it was her posture that struck him as most uncanny, lacking the subconscious cower that betrayed even the bravest men when confronted by a Primarch of the Legiones Astartes. She stood straight-backed and haughty, jaw upturned as though she looked up because she chose to, rather than because the 1.5 meter difference in height between them meant that she had to.
Did you believe you could hide? I am the Angel of Darkness.
Lionel Jonson,
She said in a voice like grinding glass.
you grace me with your presence at last.
The lion dipped his head. The Imperium would never acknowledge this foe, or know the cause of their annihilation from history. And so it was only just that the lion salute a worthy adversary before the end.
Savine.
The woman bared black-veined teeth.
You know her name?
Did she imagine that I did not? Is that the petty resentment that weakened her mind to you? No one is admitted aboard my ship without my approval. Nothing transpires here without my knowledge. I keep no secrets that cannot suffer scrutiny. Malcador knows this as well as I. I requested Savine.
The Crave host swayed as though struck.
Savine has suffered for her shortcomings. As soon will you. I have already slain one of your kind. Your arrogance in facing me is deeply misjudged.
He was young, barely 6 times older than your race. You speak to me of arrogance while failing to recognize the strength in front of you.
Tell me your true name, Xenos. I alone will recognize it after your demise.
It is beyond your ability to pronounce or comprehend. Savine will suffice. She would have enjoyed this moment if she were still here.
The lion looked up. The Crave host hovered a meter above him. She dropped with a laugh, sinking her claws into his scalp. The docking bay disappeared. It was still there, after a fashion. A reflection glimpsed through the smoke, vanishing with every shift of the wind. The fire gutted to embers, the shadows stretching up like tall trees, like bars. The hard bangs of Tregaine's bolts were echoes through the vastness of a forest at dawn.
This is Calaban.
This is your mind,
said Savine. She looked around, feigning interest of the remembrances whose skin she wore. In this place of the mind, her appearance was almost human. Dark veins withdrawn, pupils shrunken, only a faint luminosity of the skin that was in tune with the unreality of her surroundings.
What a drab and flavorless place it is, too. A mind like this has no right to exist. You, your brothers, your sons, you sicken me.
The lion struck with his sword, only to find his hand empty. Fingers uncurled from their grip as Savine laughed.
All your prowess, all your gene-wrought strength, it is worth nothing here. In here, I am...
The words became an airless choke as the lion lifted her by the throat. Her eyes bulged, her feet kicking futilely as she scratched at his forearms. The leaves of the shadow forest rustling and wavering as she did so, but no relief or rescue broke through. The reality that the Primarch had constructed. The lion was the master of all his domains.
You have dived willingly into a Primarch's mind, and for that hubris alone, you deserve this failure.
He squeezed tighter. The hands around her throat were metaphorical, the assault mental.
I just want to pause right there. How fucking Giga Chat is that, dude? like, just being in a scenario like that where you're fully in control and you're essentially allowing them to believe otherwise, and you just, yeah, in that brief moment, show them the folly of their hubris, as he said, and yeah, that's a pretty sick moment, man. That's pretty sick. Let's get back to it.
The hands around her throat were metaphorical, the assault mental. The psychological equivalent of a covering of a candle with a...
Yeah, it's getting into like a battle of wills here, a battle of minds, you know. She seems to be some kind of mental parasite. From what I'm gathering, this creature is some kind of parasite that has attached itself to another being, which is why they're going by different names. And so she's seemingly, I guess, trying to attach herself to Lionel's mind and maybe take him over. And obviously his mind is far more capable than what this being is used to coming across.
He squeezed tighter. The hands around her throat were metaphorical, the assault mental. The psychological equivalent of a covering of a candle with a jar. Only his flame fed off the energies of the ether rather than air. The air was thick with smoke, tainted with the harsh odors of burnt metal and solder. Hundreds of fires of various sizes, and severity burned over the familiar. It grievously mauled the topography of the docking bay. The lion shifted position, his body telling him he had been immobile for longer than his recollection of the events could account for. But Davin's body limply fell from his shoulder. She landed with the grace of a corpse. Tregain approached, and he looked at Davin. Then he looked up at his Primarch. The lion gave a nod.
She is dead.
May I be the first to congratulate you on your recent victory.
Once again, the Emperor received the lion within the staterooms aboard his flagship. The glorious suit of golden chambers elevated his Imperial Majesties to the point of inconsequentiality. So rich were they, so sumptuously appointed that, like the Emperor himself, it was difficult to form a distinct impression beyond a sense of humbling and of awe. Once again, the lion recalled little of the antechamber and the grand processionals that had preceded his passage. It was as if part of him had always been here, in these rooms with his father, and that part could never leave.
Thank you, Father.
You were not the first of my sons to reclaim a place at my side, but your tally of victories is second to no other. Even Horus looks upon them with envy.
Horus inspires. Magnus enlightens. Lorgar illuminates. Rabute raises an Imperium in miniature that celebrates his name and yours. I have left as many worlds behind me as any two of my brothers, but I fear that darkness and ash will be the legacy I leave to your Imperium.
The Emperor considered long, as he did often, before giving an answer.
In the time of the Egypta, there was an empress named Hatshepsut. By all accounts of her that survived, she was an equitable and proficient ruler. By the standards of her time, she rebuilt her land in the wake of war and occupation, erecting great monuments and bringing prosperity to her people. She reassembled the Egypta's navy, using it to re-establish their old empire, and launched military campaigns against the nations who had once been their oppressors.
A legacy whose parallels are not hard to see.
And yet, those who came after her did all within their power to ensure that she would have no legacy. Her name was chiseled from every monument, her every deed and triumph stricken from public record. Even her body was removed from its royal tomb.
Why, if her reign was so equitable?
Because those who succeeded her desired it. Because sometimes what comes before is too troublesome to be paved over in rockcrete. To amend with a monument to compliance, or a golden aquila on an imperial flag. Sometimes it is enough only that it be destroyed, that no trace of it but darkness and ash be left to endure.
And yet history still remembers this empress.
The Emperor Thutmose III did not have his dark angels. It is a pity that your campaigns kept you from the triumph. Your presence was missed by your brothers. Horus in particular spoke to me of his regret.
He knows that I would have attended had I been able.
The lion replied, a tone far sharper than any he had before employed in the presence of his father.
You are troubled.
The Imperium celebrates, but its triumph is empty. The galaxy is not won because Horus has his great victory.
Recall my words to you. Ulanor is just
Interesting.
another victory.
Then why the pageantry?
Some men demand such pomp. They cannot accept the end of one era and the commencement of another without an occasion by which to mark it and give it meaning. Laurels must be given, honors and fair titles invented so that they may be bestowed upon favored generals. Some men need recognition.
The shadows around the Emperor's throne deepened, but beneath the layers of obfuscation, deep within the myriad guises of that singularly unfathomable being, the lion felt the Emperor behold his firstborn son.
Some men do not.
That was an interesting conversation. There really kind of isn't much to remark about it, but just the idea of, yeah, him kind of explaining the difference between people. You know, the idea that some people need praise and need to have occasions to mark changes in history and eras, and some men like Lionel Jonson, they don't need the praise. They're there to serve and do what they do. So, interesting conversation. I don't know, I was just thinking about the scene with the Xenos beforehand, and just how I don't know if capable is really the right word that I'm looking for, but just how, yeah, strong-willed and the kind of mental fortitude that he has for this, to be able to resist this, what seems to be some kind of psychic parasite. I don't really know much about those creatures and what they were, what they did. I've only heard some small things from some other videos that they were some kind of parasitic creatures that could, get in and turn even the Astartes against others. And it's one of the reasons why his forces became so diminished, I believe. But yeah, just there's just a really cool interaction and moment where he really kind of displayed his mental power. So very interesting. All right, so now we're getting into the Horus heresy here.
A hooded figure, armoured in emerald plate, wreathed in obscuring light. Lionel Jonson has never truly seen his father's face. Jagatai Khan would describe it as weather-beaten and unsmiling. The face of one who has ridden under every sun and counted every blade of grass. Russ spoke of eyes that masked great depths of black humour as well as wisdom, whereas Vulcan, if moved by victory's bloody wake to melancholia, would tell of a countenance worn past expression by the cares of the galaxy, tanned and darkened by the hard toil of humanity's forge. Theirs were vague descriptions, never beholden to detail. What colour were his eyes? How tall was he? What mark, if any, did he bear upon his skin? Perhaps of all the Emperor's sons, the Lion believed that he comes close to looking upon the Emperor's true face. He spent his early life alone in the forests. Even when he was taken in by Luther, he struggled to converse with the same warmth and humanity of his adopted father.
You know, that actually kind of brings up an interesting point. I wonder if in all the dealings you know, the Primarchs actually had seeing the Emperor in person. Did the Emperor mask his appearance in some way? Did they ever like see like how he actually looked? Yeah, because he is the most powerful human psyker. I would think he probably would have a way to like mask how he actually looks. Plus, he's always, you know, described as, you know, being this luminous being to the point where it can even harm, you know, and blind people who are not used to seeing his radiance. But yeah, it just brings up an interesting point. I wonder if any of the Primarchs really actually saw the true visage, I guess you could say, of the Emperor, or if anyone really has, you know, even Malcador, if you know, and maybe, you know, I don't know, maybe that's something that no one ever really has, you know, I don't know, but that just brought up an interesting thought. Anyway.
But despite finding it odd to think of the Emperor as a father, he finds that he barely needs to speak to the Emperor because they are beings of the same temperament. Even within the Order inside Alderac, the traditions of secrecy, of responsibility and knowledge, it all permeated into the growing Primarch. A temperament that suited his nature, an outlook shared by the Emperor of mankind's conduct. Perhaps it was because the Lion was the first, the template to which all other Primarchs would be made, that the Emperor encoded within him to be the closest to himself. But of all the traits that many of the Lion's brothers inherited, the Lion inherited the Emperor's duty.
I was going to say, I wonder if that also means he would be the closest physical resemblance to the Emperor at that point then.
It was duty that laid the foundation of ambition upon Calaban. A duty to rid the forest of the beasts. A duty to create a better world.
And that, again, kind of goes to what I was saying earlier about how it seems all the Primarchs that I've gone through so far have had some kind of crusade of their own they've gone through in their homeworld to unite their homeworld, purge it for something, etc. So it seems like, yeah, that's something that the Emperor has ingrained in them.
All forms of leadership he aspired to, and the ones thrust upon him, were about protecting people. And now he protects the entirety of humanity. Struggling to think of the Emperor as his father, the Lion thinks of him more as a general, whereas others like Horus, Fulgrim and Perturabo are men that desired the pomp and reassurance, the constant attention of their father. But the Lion needed no accolades, no triumphs or reassuring words. All he needed to know was that he was fulfilling his duty, because duty is its own reward.
Sounds like the words of a soldier there, you know, just doing your duty.
The Great Crusade has washed over the galaxy for nearly 2 centuries. The Lion himself, having spent over a century at war, battling horrifying Xenos and non-compliant colonies of mankind across thousands upon thousands of worlds. But the Crusade was changing. There was an end almost in sight. The accumulation of this era of war, to be marked with a triumph upon the world of Ullanor, something the Lion chose not to attend, as he continued his proclamation of the war across the stars, into the outer reaches of the galaxy, far from the light and influence of Terra. In these far reaches, the Lion and the Dark Angels find themselves against a foe that they had fought once before inside the Rangdan Xenocides. The Crave, Xenos whose true form resembled winged humanoid monstrosities. Creatures that remind the Lion of those he fought upon the forests of Calaban. The Lion finds his fleet infiltrated by a force of these Xenos who possess the ability to possess and infiltrate and control the minds of other life forms, and they begin to sow havoc. But it is something they find almost ineffectual, as through the secrecy of the Lion's Legion, they struggle to rip the secrets and knowledge from those who serve within these great fleets. The Lion gathers his men to him, and leads a purge throughout the vessel, able to find the Crave, and to possess humans because he, a master of secrets, knows every person permitted upon his ship, leaving him to deduce who the infiltrators were. One even tries to enter his own mind, placing him within a vision upon Calaban, but this Crave underestimates a Primarch. One who is a master of such discipline in the material is also a master of his own mind, allowing him to overpower and then throttle the Crave to death. But in its attempts to scour secrets from the lion's mind, it in turn has allowed the lion to see its own.
Right.
And now he knows where to find the creature's nest, the Ghoul Stars. A region of space whose reputation is of madness and death. The lion genuinely loves his sons. He calls them his little brothers, to show that he believes them to be his equals. But because he loves them, he also maintains high expectations of them. And in his heart he understands that sometimes he must order them to their deaths, to conflicts he knows they will not return from. His sons too feel that bond, sensing within their Primarch true trust, something he values above all else. Something that led to the compromise of Luther, and to why he cannot allow his father at his side. He trusts them to the degree that he allows them to make their own decisions, that he knows they will make the right choices even in his absence. Many other Terrans he had earned the loyalty of since those early days, but yet many of them are Calabanites, who had followed him from the knightly orders to the stars. Many of them feeling that bond with him, of wishing to return to Calaban, of feeling uncomfortable in these claustrophobic ceramite halls, wishing again to hear the sound and the smells of the Calabanite forests. But many will never return to Calaban, as their duty is to the Great Crusade, finding themselves in the hellish, unstable region named the Ghoul Stars. The lion leads his men towards the heart of the Crave's nest, finding the Autarch Thonar, a psychic weapon created in a war lost to time, the origin and creator of the Crave. Jonson and his men battle this titanic creature.
Interesting. So they're saying that the Crave was a weapon that was created from another species to fight in another war. I guess must have just gotten out of control. Interesting.
The Dark Angels deploying 20 Leviathan dreadnoughts into the battle, said to be an extremely rare maneuver that only a few legions could ever pull off. But such is the expertise and rare weapons gifted to the First Legion, the Template, the legion from which all others would be created, the Primarch from which all others would be moulded. Again the lion finds his mind invaded, now by a creature infinitely worse and more powerful than before, and he finds that he is failing against the psychic might of this being, until his son Duriel sacrifices himself by blowing up the Crave nest with him inside, the backlash allowing the lion a reprieve, as the beast reels from having lost so many of its own kind. The reprieve allows the lion to slay the beast, and in turn protect humanity forever from its invasive, possessive, and predatory ways. It would be towards the tail end of the Great Crusade that Jonson, in a joint compliant action with the Space Wolves Legion and Leman Russ on the planet of Dueling, that he would find conflict not just with an enemy, but also with an ally. In ensuring compliance of this world, Jonson led an assault against the rebel leadership, cutting down the leader personally. It was then that Russ stormed into the citadel, furious, as he had previously declared an oath to slay the leader himself, after the leader had given a slight to his honor. Russ, the ever hot-tempered, leapt up the lion, beginning days of a duel between the two Primarchs that spanned across the citadel grounds.
That would be a sight to see. That would be a sight to see. Again, Amazon, when you do the Warhammer series, want to see it.
The two demigods clash at a speed beyond mortal sight. The fury of Russ meeting the anvil of the tempered and measured lion, only for eventually Russ to begin laughing at the absurdity of it all. But this feeling was not shared by the Lion. Time had been wasted by this pointless duel. They were generals first, not brothers, and he knocked his brother out cold, out of the frustration he felt. How could his brother treat war like a game? But yet this very duel would birth a tradition, one continued by the two legions that would continue even to the modern timeline. It would be at the tail end of these 2 centuries of war that Jonson would find the politics of the Imperium shifting. There had been rumours for many years that now he had seen come true. The Emperor had stepped down from an active role within the Great Crusade at the triumph of Ullanor, declaring before the weeping millions of mortal men in the parade grounds as thousands upon thousands of Astartes stood, hoisting their banners proud. The Emperor would leave the Great Crusade, declaring a new War Master to lead in his stead, one he had chosen to be Horus, the first found son.
So, you know, this is something that I'd been thinking about for a minute since he'd said some statements earlier about how similar Lionel Jonson is to the Emperor himself in his, like, temperament and idea of duty and his sense of duty, etc., etc. And, you know, it made me wonder if he was so much similar to the Emperor and his legion was like the template for all these Astartes, and if Lionel Jonson was also the template for the other Primarchs, why wouldn't he make Lionel Jonson War Master? And then it also kind of goes back to the conversation they had where the Emperor, you know, was saying that, you know, some people need the pomp and some people need the show and the love and the adoration, and people like you don't. And so I wonder if that's one of the reasons why he made Horus War Master, to soften the blow, I guess, and to give him more of the adoration that Horus was looking for, I guess, from the Emperor. Maybe he felt that that was something that was needed. You know, I don't know. Again, who knows what the Emperor's true plans really are or were. But yeah, it's just something that I've been thinking about as that conversation had gone on.
Many of the Primarchs felt a sense of anguish at the Emperor keeping secret his reason for returning to Terra. But for the Lion, he understands, and he felt no slight, for he in turn kept his own secrets. He alone understood the Emperor, and had no need for answers. But yet he disagreed with the Emperor, for the one chosen for the role of War Master. Not because it was a reward of the service the Lion had given, not because he deserved it more than any of his brothers, but because he simply believed he was the best choice. His tactical acumen surpassed even the mighty Horus Lupercal, and his temperament, being that the closest to the Emperor,
Right.
would he not be the best to honor the Emperor's will?
Right.
But he didn't begrudge his brother Horus, for he believed he too was still a worthy pick for the role of War Master.
So yeah, it kind of makes me think more and more that one of the reasons the Emperor gave it to Horus over Lionel or even Sanguinius, because even Horus and a couple of the other Primarchs had said Sanguinius would have been the better choice, etc., was because of that, because Horus needed that kind of reassurance, recognition, or whatever, with the Emperor stepping back. You know what I mean? So, yeah, interesting.
And the Lion in his heart of hearts understood that he did not have a close bond with any of his brothers. They were his equals. They were generals in the Emperor's armies, and perhaps Horus was better at rowling in all these conflicting personalities. It would only be a decade later that Lionel Jonson and the Dark Angels would hear the news that would shock them to the core.
That is a fucking sick artwork there of Horus, dude. The, like, demonic looking wolf skin. That's dope. That's some badass artwork.
The War Master Horus, alongside 3 other legions, had betrayed the Emperor and declared open rebellion. The news shook the Imperium to its core. Even the Dark Angels didn't understand, and were even daunted at the prospect of fighting other Astartes.
Yeah.
A concept I'd seen so alien before, but Jonson didn't allow himself to feel this shock, and immediately devised a strategy to aid in the downfall of these traitors. It left him uneasy that he didn't understand the reasons behind this rebellion, and in his naivety he believed that the traitors could be brought back into the fold in some way, chastised perhaps. Unable to bring the Dark Angel's fleet to Isfahan in time, to join his brother Ferrus Manus in the Retribution fleet,
Probably
aligned
got a thing
to
and
the
didn't.
crack force of his own to the world of Diamat. Accompanied by Nemiel, they secured the forges, and in turn the monstrous siegecraft the Lion knew Horus had ordered constructed decades ago. As soon as he had heard news of Horus's rebellion, he knew in his heart that all roads would lead to Terra, that if he could deny Horus resources for that campaign, it would be over before it even begun. In meeting with the planetary governor and the lead biologist of the Mechanicum, the Lion sensed that something was being kept from the Dark Angels. The Lion asked Nemiel his opinion of the 2 men in private, giving a sense of shock to Nemiel. For the first time he glimpsed that perhaps the superhuman warrior, who he had served from Calaban to the stars, struggled to read people. Nemiel began to contemplate. Perhaps that was more of the role that the charismatic Luther had filled.
It is interesting that that seems to be like Lionel's biggest weakness, is his inability to understand, I guess, just people in general. And like, it's not that he has a lack of connection, I guess, to people, because he obviously treats his Astartes very well. He's maybe it's just that he's too trusting, you know? Because he's even stated in the video earlier that they kind of have an autonomy that a lot of other Space Marine chapters, legions, whatever, may not have, in that when they're given a mission and like Lionel's not around, he trusts them pretty much to do whatever they have to do, and that they will, you know, do it honorably, I guess, is what I'm looking for. They will act within a certain measure, certain way, and things will be done, you know, honorably within whatever code they have. So, but yeah, I find that interesting that that's kind of his weakness, is it seems to be that he has, maybe it's just an issue where he's too trusting and he cares too much about those that are close to him. But it's also interesting that he has a hard time connecting with others, like even his brothers, the Emperor, etc. So, I don't know. Interesting though.
It led to some questionable thoughts. Or did the Lion unite Calaban? Or did his diplomat Luther? How much did he owe to his father figure? The rebellion of Horus had called into question the loyalty of many. Many of the hundreds of thousands of worlds brought into compliance were unwilling. The might of the Emperor's armies forcing their hand. Many felt even a sense of loyalty to Horus, the face of the Great Crusade, the one who had brought them into the light of the Imperium, the man on the front lines, compared to the ever-distant Emperor, hiding away upon Terra, something the Lion was right to question, as the forces of the Mechanicum on Diamat turned upon the Dark Angels. They were ambushed, and many of the Lion's little brothers, his sons, died with knives in their back.
Little bros.
A quiet fury burned within the Lion, but the Dark Angels managed to fend off the Mechanicum's forces, and prepared to face against the sons of Horus that had come back into the system to secure the siege engines. Fortifying the great forges, the Lion and the Angels met their enemy head on. Men who had once been their friends, their brothers, They now had to hack down in an Astartes versus Astartes conflict. The Dark Angels were fighting their equal, but were outnumbered. They were almost overrun many times, but the Lion launched himself from conflict to conflict, a blazing demigod with his double-handed sword, cleaving apart the sons of Horus and saving his sons who were on the brink. Each day they survived denied the enemy, until the Dark Angels even managed to partially activate the siege engines, obliterating the enemy's encampment and ending the siege. It would be in the wake of this conflict that the fleets of Perturabo, Primarch of the 4th Legion, found his way in the journey towards the Isfahan system. The Lion met his brother and began to converse, speaking of how Horus had clearly been the wrong pick for War Master. The Lion offered Perturabo the siege engines, to in turn be used against Horus, and to secure Perturabo's support in the role of the new War Master. Whilst in many ways the Lion felt this act of negotiation was beneath him, he knew that he was the best for the role of War Master. It had been his duty now to secure that position for the good of the Imperium.
Interesting.
So he compromised in order to achieve that goal, something he would come to regret. In the wake of Diamat, the Lion regrouped with his legion, but quickly after, warp storms began to ravage the galaxy, making travel across the warp incredibly difficult and dangerous. The Lion's line to information too was cut off. Something was becoming clear, that the nature of this war was different. It was as if the warp itself answered to the will of Horus. Conflicting reports began to arrive in constantly, adding to Jonson's distrustful nature, as he had no means to verify the truth. No way to decide which legion had chosen to be loyal and which had betrayed the Emperor, or which had chosen to take no sides. From what he could find, and from what he could verify, the Night Lord's Legion, the 8th, and Comrade Kurz had begun attacking Imperial worlds throughout the Thramas sector. The Lion ordered the Dark Angels fleet towards them, to confront the 8th Legion, beginning the Thramas Crusade.
Yeah, we went into that a little bit from the previous video, which was Conrad Kurz that we went into. And these guys have a long kind of back and forth where they chase each other across the galaxy for a while before eventually Lionel captures him, I believe.
My brother,
hissed Conrad Kurz, Lord of the 8th Legion. His was a viper's smile, just as predatory, just as brazen in its hunger.
I have missed you.
The Lion hesitated. He raised his hands to his collar, unlocking the helm seals hidden there, and pulled the helmet free. An expression of naked surprise marked his features, yet his face was still an angel's countenance, not the beatific, handsome lies of ancient religious myth, but rather the truth of Terran artistry, a face that could have been shaped from tanned marble, emerald eyes with soulful depths, contrasted by a mouth that would forever struggle to show emotion. To Corswain's eyes, Kurz was pathetic, ghoulish in comparison, a wretched husk facing a Night Lord, claws against a prince's sword.
Kurz?
The Lion asked, his resonant voice softened by disbelief.
What has happened to you?
The Night Lord ignored the question, speaking with insincerity rich enough to make Corswain's teeth ache.
Thank you for coming. How it warms my heart to see you.
The Lion drew his blade in a slow, clean movement. He neither brought it on guard, nor threatened the other Primarch. Instead, he clutched it in both black gauntlets, the crosspiece hilt before his face as he stared at Kurz above the Quillians.
I will ask you this once, and once only. Why did you betray our father?
I would ask you something in return, brother.
Kurz answered with a grin, his filed teeth on display. The clawed Primarch's eyes were an unhealthy bright, rich with a secret sickness.
Why did you not?
The lion lowered his blade to end the salute, knightly respects now paid.
Our father has charged me to take your head back to Terra.
Our father said nothing, for he hides within his dungeons, collecting the secrets of the universe and sharing them with no one.
It's also kind of an interesting dynamic between these two in the sense that, you know, Lionel Jonson is the kind of person who needs no praise, never really wanted anything from the Emperor whatsoever. He just has a sense of duty and honor and wanting to carry out that duty. Versus Conrad, who, if he just had, you know, a little bit of, I don't know, I guess you could say love, but just some kind of caring and affection or interaction, maybe a little more, I don't know if praise is the right word, or adoration. I guess just love or admiration from the Emperor, you know, maybe just attention, I guess, just a little more attention, especially as he's growing up. He would have been a completely different person. It's interesting how he needed nothing, and I wouldn't say he got everything, you know. He's obviously, he's spoken to the Emperor probably a few times, where it seems like Conrad really needed, you know, some kind of something from the Emperor, you know, a father figure, someone to like guide him, and really got nothing. And that's really kind of all, I don't know. I just find that kind of like an interesting kind of opposing almost dynamic between the two of them.
Lorgar and Magnus have seen everything our father sought to hide, so do not carry a precious little lie as your shield, lion.
It also is interesting that he just believes them too without, but it's more of he believes them because he wants to believe them because that fits his self-narrative that he created for himself. You know what I mean? He saw his own death by the Emperor's assassin and thought that he had no way to change that. So therefore the Emperor must be the enemy. The Emperor must hate me. So anything that kind of backs up and reassures that, he's just going to go with. And again, it's just one of those things where if the Emperor just kind of went to him and talked to him and said, hey, you have the option to change this at any time, he could have. But I guess at the same time, it's something that he would have needed to have really figured out and done on his own. Otherwise, he never would have believed it. Kind of a situation. So anyway.
You are Dawn's hound, running here to the eastern fringe because he ordered you.
Kurz licked his filed teeth.
Come, brother. Let us at least do one another the service of being honest. I know Dawn.
Here, the Night Lord gave his cadaverous smile again.
He sent you to do that which he feared to try himself.
I did not come to duel with words, Conrad. I came to end this crusade.
The Night Lord shook his head, his pallid face grey in the weak moonlight. His lips were only the colour of his visage, and even they were a bloodless blue.
Speak with me, brother. Listen. Reply in kind, and then decide if we must continue this war.
You will not sway me with your traitor's tongue.
Kurz nodded, utterly unsurprised. His vile facade cracked for a moment, revealing the warrior he'd once been, perhaps never pure, never free of torment, but capable of emotion beyond the condescending bitterness. The strained lines of pain faded from his brow, and the serpent's sneer left his lips. His voice was still raw, still ruined, but now carried an edge of sorrow.
I know. So what harm is there in speaking together this one last time?
The lion nodded.
Wait here.
He ordered his sons.
I will return soon.
The warriors fell silent as their lords returned, still distant, but close enough to be heard. The lion acknowledged his warriors with a curt nod. They responded with salutes, forming the sign of the Aquila over their tabards. Kurz ignored his sons, still addressing his brother.
Horus himself charged me to speak those words to you.
He said. If the Night Lord had seemed cadaverous before, now he was practically exhumed. The Primarch's eyes, with what little white actually showed around the pupils, were inhumanely bloodshot. His gaunt features were dusted with a faint sheen of cold sweat, and a trickle of dark blood ran from his nose. He wiped it away in the back of his gauntlet.
Savage weapons, one and all, too dangerous to be wielded without cost. That is all history will see of us. Even you, Lion. Even you.
The Lion shook his crowned head.
You underestimate our father's empire.
And you overestimate humanity. Look at us. See how we've dueled for the last 2 years out here in the void. A crusade between 2 legions and countless worlds that is still only just beginning. You have chased me for 2 years, across 100 battlefields. And why do we meet now? Because I allow it.
The Lion conceded to that with a slight nod.
You hide, like vermin fleeing the coming of dawn.
Curse shrugged, the barest rise of one shoulder guard.
You will never reach Terra in time to defend it, brother. The warp will not let you. The crusade will not let you. I will not let you. Do you think the archives of future generations will look upon you kindly for your absence?
Curse paused in his diatribe, wiping away a fresh trickle of blood.
Or will the human descendants of this Imperium look to your legend and whisper of doubt? Will they ask why you were not present to defend the throne world, and speak likely lies that perhaps the Lion was not as loyal and true as the mighty, perfect Rogel Dawn? Perhaps the Lion and his dark angels waited in the deepest reaches of space, watching, listening, and deciding to join the fight only when an obvious victor emerged.
The Night Lord's eyes glinted again, with both amusement and sorrow.
That is your fate, Lion. That is your future.
Forgive me, brother.
Curse tilted his head.
For what?
Corswain was watching both Primarchs, yet still he never saw what happened. Such was the speed of the Lion's movement. One moment the two brothers were speaking, the Lion's features cast down in contemplation. Curse's eyes fever bright as he promised an ignoble fate. The next, Curse's features twisted into a taut rictus of pain, blood rushing between his clenched teeth. The Lion held tight to the grip of his blade, buried to the hilt in his brother's stomach. More than a meter of shining, blood-stained steel thrust through the back of Curse's armor.
For such a dishonorable blow.
The Lion whispered into Curse's pale, bleeding face.
I do not care. Who knows the truth now, tomorrow, or in 10,000 years? Loyalty is its own reward.
The Lion pulled his sword free, and the Night Lord fell back. The Primarchs dueled, healers of their sons hurt.
We never sparred, did we?
The Lion sounded almost bored, his words still carrying over the vox. Every few seconds they would see a new cut ripped open in Curse's armor, or slashed across his face. He was fast enough to avoid death at the Lion's hands, but not skillful enough to flawlessly defend against every attack.
He's already
I
been hurt
never
too.
cared for swords.
Curse weaved under the carving blade, thrusting out with both claws. The Lion tilted back, his balance executed to preternatural perfection. Curse's claws shredded the ivory tabard, barely scratching the layered ceramite beneath.
There exists nothing of elegance inside you.
The Lion turned the blade in his hand, parrying another dual claw strike with a single blade.
And nothing of loyalty. For a time I considered you my truest brother. No others grew untouched by civilization, only you and I.
Curse licked his sharpened teeth, eyes narrowed with effort.
You should be with us, brother. Even your own legion senses it. The First Legion strife is not unknown to the War Master.
There is no strife.
Their blades locked in that moment, Kurz catching the lion's sword in the net of his linked claws.
God, I kind of want to pause it there because this has been going on for a while. I've been waiting for either this to end or a decent place to pause, and it just keeps escalating. Very interesting interaction between the two. We've already kind of gone over some of this before from the Conrad video, but he's gone in a little more detail here about their conversation and their back and forth. And I had something in my brain just completely it just went away. There was a thought that I was going to lead to an excerpt, and that just went away. But it's interesting. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. Is that, yeah, at one point in time, Lionel Jonson viewed him as his closest brother because they went through kind of similar upbringings on different worlds. Him, Conrad having to deal with the criminal element on his, and those were the monsters in his world, versus Lionel Jonson having to go through and deal with actual monsters in his world. But yeah, I found that interesting that he considered Kurz at one point in time his closest brother. But I also wonder if Lionel's quote unquote dishonest tactic in stabbing him was a situation where he felt like he wouldn't have been able to outduel Kurz if he wasn't already injured, or if it was just that's his tactical mind. Just like he knew from the beginning that he wasn't going to, Conrad the entire time was trying to sway him to turn. Lionel Jonson knew that and was never going to be turned. So he just simply seized that opportunity to get closer and strike first, ensuring his victory. You know what I mean? Or if it was a situation, because of his tactical mind, that's how he went through. Or if like I said, if it was a situation where he thought Conrad might actually be the better of them in a dueling scenario, and he felt he had to injure him, which is why he was saying, forgive me for such a dishonorable tactic, move, etc. So anyway, let's continue.
No.
The Night Lord spat the word as a curse.
No risk of the fair angels falling. When did you last walk upon the soil of Calaban, O proud one?
The lion smiled. For the first time Kurz had ever seen it. But the movement of his brother's lips still did nothing to warm his statuesque visage. Stone gave off more warmth than that smirk. He gave no answer beyond the smile. Kurz returned it, just as insincere, just as lifeless in that moment. He stopped fighting, ceased his measured dueling, and leapt at his brother with a howl. Where the warring Primarchs had presented the pinnacle of human possibility in warfare, now the lion's poise, skill and grace counted for nothing. They bawled as brothers, rolling across the ground, hands at each other's throats. When the tumbling ended, Kurz knelt atop the lion. Pinkish saliva sprayed from his pale lips as he bore down on his brother. Claws gasped to strangle, to inflict that most slow and intimate of murders. When slayer and slain stare into each other's eyes.
Die.
Kurz breathed. Desperation ruined his voice, rasping it from bleeding lips.
You should never have survived that tainted world you call home.
The lion's armored hands grasped his brother's throat in mirror response, but the Night Lord's advantage was crystal clear. Kurz shook the lion's neck in his fists, cracking his brother's head against the rocky ground again and again and again.
Die now, brother. History will be kinder to you this way.
Two Primarchs stand upon a dry, uninhabited world, flanked either side by two of their chosen guard. Finally, the Lion can look his brother in the eyes and discern the truth. The Lion had considered Conrad his truest brother. Only they had grown without the touch of civilization and human connection in their early years. The Lion surviving in the forests of Calaban, Conrad scrounging in the underhive of Nostromo. They both entered human society and saw it with the eyes of an outsider. Their thoughts were their own for so long, they never learned to share them openly. The Lion is utterly shocked to see how the features of Curse have twisted even more. Dark blood trickles from his nose, and he looks even more gaunt. His brother almost resembles one of the beasts of Calaban he hunted for decades, a reinforcement of just how ignorant he is to the true threat that lurks behind Horus's rebellion. He cannot fathom why anyone would betray the Emperor, especially his brothers. Duty should be put before all else. It has been years since the first engagements, as the Night Lords drew the Dark Angels into the Thramas sector, following the events of the Istvan massacres. Across hundreds of worlds, two legions have butchered each other, but only now do the two brothers meet, because Conrad allows it. Conrad, plagued with visions, knows that the Lion will never turn. He has nothing to offer him, but he tries anyway, speaking the words born from Horus of how the Emperor is a liar. He is a tyrant who has kept the truth of the warp from them, and it is all to forge an empire that will one day worship him as a god. The words are utterly ridiculous, and yet even if there is a grain of truth to them, the Lion knows the Emperor would have kept hidden truths for a good reason.
Yep.
Just as how he kept many truths from even his own sons. But for those who have turned from the Emperor's path, they are weak because they lack the resolute faith in their father. They are obstacles to the golden era of the Imperium, and duty calls for their capture or execution. There is no honor for traitors. Two brothers roll around in the dirt as the galaxy burns. Conrad's words had pierced through the Lion's heart, more so than he would ever admit. Speaking of trouble upon Calaban, something the Lion had to dismiss instantly, not allowing himself to feel the doubt, not allowing himself to distrust Luther and Zahariel again. The brothers were locked within their desperate struggle. The Lion, perhaps the greatest duelist amongst all of his brothers, but Curse, through raw savagery and madness, managed to overpower his brother, slicing the Lion's neck, almost throttling the life from him. But before the Lion could be slain, he was saved by the intervention of Corswain, his loyal son. Each of the Primarchs is dragged back by their own sons, their bodies in ruin and cursing at each other as the drop pods like tears of fire began to fall to Sagwalsa.
I wonder if it was just a situation where the Primarchs at that point were just so injured that they were able to do it, but it's almost like you gotta imagine like how badass the Space Marines would be to be able to have to drag them away. You know what I mean? Like they're in this, but almost they're both almost in this like honor and decorum and anything had been thrown out the window, and they're not even like using their weapons. They're just going hand to hand, trying to just beat each other to death at this point. So they're in like a state of like berserker rage almost. So you would got to think that like it would be pretty rough to kind of to try to separate them, but damn.
Once again, the 8th and 1st Legion would try to rip each other apart. The Thramas Crusade raged on, though neither side could seem to pin down the other. Each attempt to battle, ambush, or counter-offense was slowed down due to the tides of the war.
And again, I'm gonna say this in pretty much like every video moving forward until we actually get it. Like, if they do the Horus Heresy and the 40K, you know, cinematic universe that Amazon's putting together, man, I really hope they do it right, and I can't wait to see these things done in that way. You know what I mean? Like, imagine, I don't know. I almost feel like it would be hard to do it right in a live action series. I almost feel like it would have to be animated, because the way that I almost in my mind see Primarch's dueling is almost like a Dragon Ball kind of fight. They're moving so fast that human eyes can't see, and they're matching blows with such power that, you know, it's causing the area around them to shake and et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, how are you going to transfer that to a live action setting properly and like really convey the kind of power and speed that they're able to fight with? You know what I mean? In a live action series in comparison to what could be done animated. I hope they do it right. You know, I hope if they do it, you know, they're able to pull it off. But yeah, anyway, I can't wait to see a lot of this stuff and you know, live action, as well as just, you know, the space battles themselves, you know. Anyway, let's continue.
The very maelstrom that was shielding the Dark Angels from the light and information of Terra. Healing from his wounds from curse, the Lion found himself in a state of paranoia. He does not know who he can trust. Horus has declared a rebellion, but yet he avoids the Lion in open combat, even trying to recruit him. He has heard whisperings of Istvan III and Istvan V massacres, but he's unsure of which side is telling the truth, or which legion is truly still loyal, traitor, or acting independently. He lacks answers, and the frustration gets to him. But most of all, he is frustrated with himself for having...
It's interesting that Kurz has put the seed of doubt in him and has kind of beat him in the mental game, where it seems like he would be one of the stronger Primarchs, if not the strongest Primarch. You know, because of his tactical acumen and whatnot. You would think he would like understand that he's trying to put those seeds in doubt, but it also is kind of brilliant on Kurz's side, because those seeds of doubt have always been there and he's never really dealt with it. You know, the Luther's betrayal and whatnot. So it's like, is there more? Are a lot of the recruits that have become Astartes from his home world, are they plants from Luther to betray him again? You know, is that situation going on? I don't know. It's interesting that it's not something that he would have dealt with sooner. Maybe it was one of those situations where he felt that it was his duty, you know, to keep up with the crusade, that he just kind of let that, you know, be an excuse, I guess, to ignore it instead of dealing with it. Or if it was just his own insecurity of not being able to read or understand people, so he didn't want to misjudge some of the people that were closest to him. And yeah, I don't know, but I find it interesting that this kind of mental tactic of who can you trust? Is there something really going on in Calaban? Has his homeworld really turned against them, and has Luther really turned against them? And if so, are the recruits, you know, their plants, and is he going to be turned on, betrayed, etc.? So that's it's almost become a situation where he has to face it and deal with it now. But if he did that, he would have to give up his pursuit of Conrad. So it's interesting.
Red people and his brothers so wrong. The only thing he can trust is his legion. So the Dark Angels are on their own. It is as he and his flagship drift through the Thramas sector that the Lion finds himself being tailed, but in a manner that shows a level of precision beyond what navigators could achieve. The Lion prepared for an ambush for the vessel that had been chasing them, and upon seeing that it belonged to the 8th Legion, prepared for combat. But before the battle begun, the ship began to ripple and folded in upon itself, consumed by the tides of the warp. A storm flared from the corpse of the ship as alarms rang out. They had been boarded, but by something not human or Xenos. Creatures of flame began to twist and manifest throughout the ship, attacking the Lion and the Dark Angels, who find to their horror that their weapons were proving almost ineffectual, until Brother Asmodeus, moments away from death, used his psychic powers. The powers of the warp were potent, and eviscerated the creature. But in turn, Asmodeus broke the Edict of Nicaea, the ban upon psychic powers declared by the Emperor, shortly after Horus's crowning of War Master. Brother Redemptor Nemiel immediately ordered censure. As a Redemptor and executor of the Emperor's will within the Legion, he is shocked to only find a glint reflected in his Primarch's eye. Jonson in part agrees with the censure, but he saw the effectiveness of the psychic powers, and it became clear they will all die unless they unleash this power against their enemy. They must free the Psykers within the Legion, free them from the bounds of the Edict of Nicaea. Nemiel challenged the Lion, looking his Primarch in the eye, and tells him he won't follow his orders, even as his body shakes with the effort alone of defying his Primarch. Jonson became furious, to be defied by one of his own men, the ones he should always have trust in, and let alone Nemiel, who has followed him from the knightly orders of Calaban to now. It made his blood boil, and in the flash of an eye, he obliterated Nemiel's head in one punch. For a split second, the Lion felt a sense of satisfaction. He removed an obstacle. But immediately his face dropped, as he realizes what he has done. From what has usually been one of his greatest strengths, to act quickly and decisively, it is now shown to be a weakness, as in his anger and years of building paranoia, he's let himself slip for but a moment and killed one of his own sons. The Dark Angels around him are shocked.
Which is also, again, interesting, because, like, the opposite dynamic of him and Kurz, where Kurz hated his Astartes because they were all criminals and these terrible people from his home world, and that's where, you know, Kurz was the Night Haunter. He, you know, spent his early life eradicating any kind of criminal activity from his planet, only for his home planet to devolve back into what it was before he was there. And so all these Astartes recruits, you know, were criminals, and he hated them and cared nothing for them and even killed them. Where Lionel Jonson, you know, cares deeply for them, considers them, you know, his brothers, and would never want to harm them. And now in this state of doubt and paranoia and wondering who he can trust, one of his closest members he kills almost accidentally. Basically, it sounds like it was on an impulse. Like he was just angry and he just threw out a punch, and you know, being that he's a Primarch and he's as powerful as he was able to kill him in one hit and just, you know, shatter his head. And while, like he said in the video here, he took a moment of satisfaction from removing an obstacle, he, you know, didn't realize what he did afterwards.
But again, Jonson doesn't even allow himself a moment of grief. A moment to reflect as they are under attack and need to act now. The librarians are given permission to break the Edict of Nicaea and finally use their powers to purge the strange creatures from the ship. The ones in their own rationality they believe to be Nephilim. Creatures the Lion had once seen in the forests of Calaban. After a furious battle, and the Nephilim corpses all piled up and melting away from the material universe, something emerged from a swirling maelstrom of all of the corpses. It looked like a giant, a nightmarish bird, at least 4 meters tall. It stood upright like a man, but its thin, twisted body was supported on legs of those like a hawk or eagle. It held a staff made of solidified flame, ever-changing in color. A pair of wings, incandescent feathers trailing from the ground. It had 2 heads on a long, scaled neck, one like some grotesque vulture, the other serpentine, both crested with long, multicolored feathers that dripped red and blue droplets of fire. To even gaze upon it, it made all of the Dark Angels' head ache, their vision blur, their mind struggling to reconcile the thing they saw before them. From a twisted beak it began to speak to the Lion. You do not desire power, that much is plain. Your ambition is woefully stunted for one of your abilities. You are happy to let your brothers dwell in the light of your father's adoration. You even sacrifice your own to stay true to the memory of what once was. I can give you freedom. Its slippery promises began to sicken the Lion, but then he heard that word. Chaos. Something more than a concept. Something beginning to solidify in his mind, as the nature of this war was becoming clear. The creature looked into his soul and saw that there was nothing he could offer him, for loyalty was its own reward. The Lion was incorruptible. Together the Lion and Corswain destroyed the creature they believed to be a Nephilim, the one called Kairos Fateweaver, banishing it away as it melted from the material universe. In the wake of their victory they continued upon their path, finding the planet of prodigious Ultima. Upon its surface, contingents from the Iron Hands and Death Guard battled, only halted as the words from the Vox were blared out. The world of Perdita's Ultima is under the protection of Lion L. Jonson, of the 1st Legion, bringing a halt to both sides. The Lion called a parley, meeting with Captain Typhon of the Death Guard and Captain Medora of the Iron Hands at the Mechanicum factory that the 2 forces were fighting over. The Lion trusted neither of them. The somewhat rogue intentions of Typhon, who clearly defied his Primarch, and Medora, who perhaps simply wished to claim whatever was inside the fortress factory for his own revenge for the Isfahan massacres. Within its chambers, the Lion strode alone.
Hey, I want to pause here before we keep going on even further. It's interesting that the greater demon found him incorruptible. He looked into his soul and saw that there was nothing that he could offer him in any way to corrupt him or assuade him, and that his loyalty to the Emperor was absolute. It's interesting in that his loyalty, he's the first Primarch, right? He was the first one made. And all other Primarchs are somewhat based off his template. So it's interesting that he is the most loyal of all the Primarchs and unincorruptible. His loyalty to the Emperor and the duty that the Emperor has tasked upon him is, you know, absolute. Whereas every other one kind of really isn't. You know what I mean? I just find that interesting that if his loyalty and whatnot was so absolute, why is it that that trait wasn't passed on to others? Maybe it wasn't. It was corrupted by the warp and the chaos, you know, forces as they were taken and separated. You know, Maybe that was something that because of Lionel Johnson's sheer force of will, he was just uncorruptible in that way from birth, and they just weren't able to do that. You know, I don't know. So I find that interesting. I was, again, trying to find a place to pause, but he just kind of kept going here. But let's continue.
Seeing a boy, aged perhaps no more than 7 or 8 Terran years. He lay immobile on his side, eyes unblinking, as stiff as a corpse. But the lion could hear the boy's heart beating, ever so slowly, and could smell sweat and urine on the air. A pipe extended from the boy's back, and another from the base of his skull, joining him with the mechanical array surrounding the warp engine. As soon as the lion's eyes fell upon the boy, it sat up, moving jerkily like a badly controlled marionette. From the servitor boy's lips, it uttered the words, "I am T'Chulcha." The marionette was simply a conversive tool for the enormous engine housed within the facility. The lion sensed immediately this device was dangerous, wondering if he should destroy it. But T'Chulcha told him he could not be destroyed, not in the material sense. T'Chulcha showed the lion what he was capable of, and transported itself and the Primarch onto his flagship. The lion now truly began to see what he believed the creature to be, a sentient warp drive device, a weapon that Typhon and Midori had both sought to claim for their own ends.
So they found an STC, I'm assuming. Now, I wonder if this is one that's been corrupted by chaos, or if this is an actual, like, STC AI or whatever, and it has just put itself on board with Lionel and is going to take over his ship or something. That's pretty interesting, if that's the case, if I'm right here.
Perhaps many of his brothers would have destroyed it.
Right.
But such as with the library of the Knights of Lupus, the lion saw the potential in weapons
And
that
knowledge,
strayed
yeah.
into the grey of morality.
See, for me, that's the thing that, you know, I in one of the videos with the Mechanicus and how the Dark Mechanicus came to be with, you know, I forget the character's name, but the head guy, I guess, at the time of the Mechanicus who opened the vault. Oh, excuse me. Who opened the vault to, you know, all the sealed items that were corrupted, you know, etc. I would probably do that too, just because of, I just want to know, man. Like, I very much have a strong sense of curiosity and wanting to learn and just know more, know about the mysteries and things. Like, you know, I mean, if we were living in a Star Trek era, you know what I mean, and we had spaceships to go out and explore the universe, 100% I would be like career Starfleet, dude. Like, the idea of going out and exploring the universe and discovering all those new things. Like, if we were back in, you know, the earlier times in our planet when, you know, not every corner of the world for the most part had been explored, and, you know, we were still discovering the new world and etc., I would for sure be one of those groups of the pioneers going out and wanting to explore and discover all these new things. But, like, I don't know, just I have that want and sense of knowledge. So, I mean, if I were in Lionel Johnson's, you know, position here, I would for sure do the same thing. You have this, what I'm assuming is an STC, but even not, you know, a sentient computer system with who knows what kind of potential and knowledge it has, both for what he's saying with, like, weapons and what it can do, but also just knowledge of humanity's past and, you know, where we'd really come from and things that were, like, lost. You know what I mean? Like, if, you know, one of the big kind of, you know, theories that's going on, I don't know. that would be just another long kind of other tangent of things that we don't really need to get into. It has nothing to do with this video. It's just where my mind is going. So we're just going to continue with the video.
Jonson claimed the Tuatolcha engine for himself, but in a way never fully trusting it, as their conversations always unnerved him.
I would bet.
The intention of the sentience behind the puppeted boy was unknown to him, but Tuatolcha was a tool that could pierce the ruin storms. One that could end this rebellion. With the Tuatolcha engine, the Lion returned to his fleet within the Thramas sector, finally ready to end the bitter conflict between the 1st and 8th Legion. Curse had slain many of his sons, and sapped his legion's strength, with the intention of weakening him enough to not be able to challenge the enemies of the Emperor. The Lion and his fleet ambushed the Night Lords, catching them completely off guard. Once again the brothers dueled, with the Lion bloodying Conrad and beating him to a pulp, not allowing himself to be overpowered this time. Avenging the deaths of his little brothers, the 8th Legion fleet was scattered, and the deranged creature that was Conrad Curse was captured, alongside much of the 8th Legion's leadership. But in the wake of this victory, the Night Haunter escaped to the bowels of the Lion's flagship. Once again the Lion became the hunter, just as he had upon Calaban. But for weeks the tracking skills of the Lion were matched by the elusiveness of the mad Night Haunter. The threat of the 8th and of Conrad was now minimal, so the Lion had to shift his focus. Even over the years of the Thramas Crusade, the Lion had heard the rumours of a pocket empire within the realm of Ultramar, a place with a guiding light within the Warp, a bastion for the surviving legions to gather, all under the protection of his brother, Primarch of the 13th, Rebute Guilliman. The Lion made his choice. Guilliman is a misguided fool at best, and a traitorous dog at worst. There will be no new emperor, only a lifetime of war. My brothers will bleed each other dry, contesting for eternity until there can be no victor. No, not even him. There is only the Emperor. None is worthy of inheriting that mantle. I will ensure the legionary Astartes destroy themselves before another matches their power upon Terra. Faced with the prospect of mutual annihilation, my brothers may come to terms. Horus will be forced to acknowledge the Emperor again, and Guilliman and the others will not usurp their true master. The Lion trusts none except his own. All he sees are two brothers in the ashes of rebellion, trying to replace his father. They will either be brought back into the fold or destroyed. Towards Ultramar and Macragge, the Lion storms his Dark Angels forward, ready to confront either a fool or a traitor, ready to confront Guilliman.
Which, I mean, to my understanding, out of all the Primarchs, Guilliman is like considered the weakest overall, I believe. He's the smallest. I think physically he's the least capable as far as it goes, which still isn't saying much when it comes to a Primarch. He's still like miles beyond anything an Astartes is, but so yeah, like in a situation where they would duel, I believe Jonson would firmly wipe the floor with him, so to speak. So yeah, okay, so interesting. So yeah, we're getting into the part where they're going to Macragge here, and I believe from Conrad's video that we watched, there ends up being a duel between the three of them, and Conrad actually ends up getting the upper hand and beating both of them at one point in time. So I guess let's see where we get in here from that. Imperium Secundus, Part 3.
You mistrust me, and my motives. You have told me so, clearly. You suspect me of a treason at least as great as Horus's, if not deeper.
Imperium Secundus, you do not deny it. You are establishing a second Imperium on the corpse of the first.
No.
No.
No. I am trying to keep the flame alive. This is not about empire building or thrusting for the main prize. I have an empire already. Ultramar, 500 worlds. Brother, I do this only so that we may persist. Terra may have fallen, and our father may already be dead. Whatever the facts, the ruin storm prevents us from knowing the truth.
I can see from a certain perspective, yeah. Rabute is coming from the perspective of, we don't know if Terra is even there or in what state it is. If it is there, we don't know if the Emperor's still alive. The Imperium could be gone for all they know. So from his perspective, he's trying to salvage what bit of the Imperium he can and keep it alive, essentially. So I understand from his perspective where he's coming from, but I can also understand from another point of view that being seen as treasonous. So we'll see how Lionel feels about this.
I am not taking this moment to move to my advantage, and I'm not using the crisis as an opportunity to usurp. I am not Lupercal. I am simply keeping the flame alive. If we need another capital world, another figurehead, then let us have one. If it keeps our father's vision of the Imperium alive. If Terra burns, then Macragge lives. The Imperium endures. Do you know the real difference between me and Horace Lupercal, brother?
Tell me.
I don't want to be Emperor. Help me do this, brother. Help me keep what is left together. Help me preserve the human intent. Don't make argument with me and misinterpret my motives.
I want to trust you, Rabute, but I have always been wary of your ambition.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say is he's already in a position of being mistrustful of like everything now. From everything that's happened with his own men to, you know, his, I would assume his accidental killing of his, you know, one of his most trusted soldiers, advisors, whatever, everything with Conrad, and then just, of course, everything in general that's going on with the heresy. You know, he's already in this position of being mistrustful. So I could see him, being extremely mistrustful of these actions.
Your Imperium, then, this Imperium Secundus, this great scheme of survival. How do you intend to proceed? Do you intend to declare yourself regent?
I do not. I will not found an empire and then crown myself. Such arrogance would confirm every doubt and suspicion lurking in the minds of men like you.
See, though, the thing is, it's like, how can you do that and not have a leader? Who are you going to crown as a leader? Or are you going to make some kind of council? Either way, I could easily see that being seen as heretical and against the Emperor. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like more people in general would be more trusting if Rabute did put himself up there as the leader and saying, you know, look, we don't know what's going on. We don't know. I mean, I feel like it would be a situation where the truth would be the best course of action, but what is the truth, you know? Who at this time really knows what's going on with the Emperor, with the Primarchs, with the heresy? There's plenty of worlds out there that probably aren't even involved, and there's just the average Joe Schmo dude just doing his part to keep the Imperium alive. So, you know, I don't know really what the right course of action would be, but I feel like if you're going to try to make like a proxy empire, kind of like trying to what's the right word? reserve or conserve. I don't know what the right word is, but you're essentially trying to cut out a pocket of the empire and preserve it as it was until you know what's going to happen. I feel like you almost have to be like, well, you know, I got to be in charge until we find out the truth. If the emperor is still there and Terra's still there, then obviously once we reestablish connection, I'll turn myself in and submit myself to the emperor and, you know, whatever his judgment is. And if not, then, hey, you know, I'll do my best to preserve the emperor's will and image and what he wanted for humanity, because I'm one of his Primarchs and I'm closer to him than anyone else would still be alive. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It would be a really weird situation. It'd be a difficult situation, I think, for anyone in that position, especially with Guilliman here now and trying to, I guess, prove that he's not heretical when, you know, he's not a traitor. He's not part of Horus's anything, or even trying to start like a third heretical faction to do his own thing. You know what I mean? So anyway, let's continue.
I need a figurehead for the public to rally around while I fight to keep the mechanisms of the Imperium turning over and protected.
But who then? Surely it must be blood.
Agreed. It must be a Primarch.
My dear Rabute, there are only 2 of us here.
It is a time of legend. The galaxy is in flames. The Emperor's glorious vision for humanity is in ruins. His favored son, Horus, has turned from his father's light and embraced chaos. His armies, the mighty and redoubtable Space Marines, are locked in a brutal civil war. Once, these ultimate warriors fought side by side as brothers, protecting the galaxy and bringing mankind into the Emperor's light. Now they are divided. Some remain loyal to the Emperor, whilst others have sided with the War Master. Preeminent amongst them, the leaders of their 1,000-strong legions are the Primarchs. Magnificent, superhuman beings, they are the crowning achievement of the Emperor's genetic science. Thrust into battle against one another, victory is uncertain for either side. Worlds are burning. At Isfahan 5, Horus dealt a vicious blow, and 3 loyal legions were all but butchered. War has begun, a conflict that will engulf all mankind in fire. Treachery and betrayal have usurped honor and nobility. Assassins lurk in every shadow. Armies are gathering. All must choose a side or die. Horus musters his armada, Terra itself the object of his wrath. Seated upon the golden throne, the Emperor waits for his wayward son to return, but his true enemy is chaos, a primordial force that seeks to enslave mankind to its capricious whims. The screams of the innocent, the pleas of the righteous resound to the cruel laughter of dark gods. Suffering and damnation await all should the Emperor fail and the war be lost. The age of knowledge and enlightenment has ended. The age of darkness has begun. The Lion and Guilliman meet upon the colossal grounds of Macragge City, crowds in their millions cheering. The Lion and his Dark Angels march in perfect drill. Thousands of warriors, armed with weapons even the Ultramarines had never seen before. The Lion and Guilliman meet face to face in the grounds, Guilliman noticing for the first time that the Lion is slightly taller than him. After a small matter of ceremony, Fafnir Bloodrooder of the Space Wolves, honouring the tradition on Dueling, faced a Primarch as the Legion's champion, making a sensational strike, caught by the Lion at the last moment. A cut so swift Guilliman admitted it would have taken him off guard. With a backhand, the Space Wolf was cowed, and honour satisfied. The brothers walked side by side, with their legionaries in step, onwards towards the fortress of Hera. Side by side, the brothers conversed, the Lion prying Guilliman about how he had lit a beacon upon Macragge in the warp. and if he had found the true source of this war that ravaged the Imperium. The warp, Guilliman replied. Both Primarchs dwelling on the ordeals their legions had faced in the years since the Horus heresy had begun. Trust was a precious commodity, something the Lion had come to verify, as he believed Guilliman had committed a grave sin, usurpation. He wouldn't make the same mistake he did with Perturabo again. Within the fortress of Hera, the brothers alone met again in a chamber. The Lion noted that this place was a work of emotion, not logic, so unlike his brother. 20 seats with 20 banners, all from each legion, were draped upon them. 2 were left blank. It finally hit the Lion that 2 would never return, and 9 would never take their place. 20 sons would never again sit at the table with their father. The Imperium had changed forever, and the golden era they were building was falling out of reach. But sentimentality would not stop the Lion from his duty. Imperium Secundus, an empire forged on the ashes of the old Imperium. Terra was cut off by the warp storms. For all they knew, the Emperor was already dead, so they had to bring together what was left. The tactical choice, but also one of hope. The Lion distrusted his brother instantly. It only reinforced his paranoia of the empire builder he always knew Guilliman to be. Was he simply another traitor? Not one of the warp, but one of his character. But yet he saw a level of honesty from Guilliman he wasn't capable of. Unnerving for a man who kept his true thoughts to himself constantly. The Lion saw the merit to Guilliman's plans, but the question remained. Who would become the symbol?
Right.
Who would become the one to bend the knee? Who would become Emperor Regent? Who would become the new Emperor? In a banquet celebration for the arrival of the Dark Angels, the Lion and Guilliman sat with their men until the klaxons boomed across Macragge City. Mass orbital launch, 400 drop pods rocketed towards Guilliman's home. The Dark Angels had begun their assault. The Lion immediately felt a wash of shock rush over him. He had not authorized this. Guilliman and his men drew their weapons, furious at the impending assault upon their world. Guilliman looked into his brother's eyes and read the shock on his face. Even if this had been unplanned, the Dark Angels were in waiting. They had put plans in motion to destroy the Ultramarines. Please, the Lion said, holding his brother's gaze. The shields of Macragge would incinerate his men. The Lion swore to his brother he didn't order the assault. The time ticked away, until the furious Guilliman relented, and allowed the safe landing of the First Legion. Even now it was difficult for Jonson to break that wall he had built so long ago. To be honest,
that's a rough choice in Guilliman's. You know, you put yourself in his shoes. Like, he probably believes that what Lionel says, that he didn't authorize this. These are traitors. So if they are, just shoot them down. You know what I mean? Why bother risking tactically them landing and doing any kind of damage to anything? Because once they land, they might be able to scatter, and with their skills, who knows how long they could draw anything out? Who knows how long they could be infiltrated on the planet and sabotage and do whatever before they're found and caught. You know what I mean? So like, that's a tough decision to relent and not have them destroyed before they land, and to allow his brother to, I guess, I would assume he's going to allow Lionel to deal with them. I could also see him doing that as a gesture of like goodwill and faith, and saying, hey, I'm doing this because I need you to trust me. And because everything that I've said up until now has been the truth. So I'm going to allow you to handle this to show you my trust in you in order to gain your trust. So that's a tough situation.
Honest with the brother he had so many doubts about. But Guilliman had been honest. Jonson believed him. even if that belief didn't come with the Lion's full trust. He finally explained the source of the unsanctioned drop assault. A previous prisoner who had been running rampant upon his ship. Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter. Guilliman grabbed his brother by the throat and slammed him into a marble wall, shattering the stone behind. The Lion kept his hands by his side, as his face finally showed emotion by contorting to a snarl. "You brought that monster to my world," Guilliman roared. The Primarch of the Ultramarines' anger was obvious, in contrast to the repressed fury of the Lion. But his anger, and Guilliman's handling of him, was nothing in comparison for his failure to capture Kurz since Thramas. The two secrets between the two Primarchs was breaking their bond. They were at each other's throats, just as the Night Haunter wanted. The Lion and Guilliman swallowed their anger. The Night Haunter was upon Macragge. He was the priority, and they would hunt him together. In the Sotha chamber room, the Lion and Guilliman chased their insane brother, finding the stalking, gaunt creature that was Kurz, taunted by Barabbas D'Antioch and Alexis Pollux. The latter saved as he was dragged through the light of the Sotha device, the Pharos beacon, the communication and light in the warp for Macragge, Guilliman's secret. The Lion and Guilliman stepped forth alone. They would deal with their brother. Too many of their sons' lives had been lost to this monster. The cackling Kurz faced them, a stark figure of lean, long bones and hollowed frame. He looked like a starving giant, towering yet emaciated. His tattered black cloak flowed from his shoulders as the Lion and Guilliman pushed forward with their blades drawn. The Night Haunter twisted and darted around them, prowess fueled by savage madness as the Lion and Guilliman struck out. Metal sang in discordant clashes as Jonson and Guilliman tried desperately to pin down the Night Haunter amongst the marble ruins scattered with their sons' corpses. Kurz struck the Lion in the neck, Jonson feeling the grievous wound. As Guilliman bashed away the Night Haunter, Conrad's maniacal laughter grew as he began to run, telling the two Primarchs that death would welcome them. Pollux and D'Antioch began to roar, to their liege lords to run, as the building around them evaporated into a flare of white, the explosive set beneath by Kurz detonating. All of the Dark Angels and Ultramarines screamed in horror as their Primarchs vanished from their sight. It was all white, so bright even his eyes couldn't see through it. Then a large yellow gauntleted fist reached down to help Jonson to his feet. The hand of Alexis Pollux. Around him was polished black stone, a chamber full of equipment. Pollux, D'Antioch, and Guilliman. Sotha. The Primarchs had been teleported to the distant world of Sotha, an act achieved by the Pharos device, the beacon in the warp that had drawn the Lion to Macragge. But again for the Lion, the paranoia crept in. Guilliman, using technology he didn't fully understand, things even the Emperor did not dabble with, and even then, trusting his protection to D'Antioch, a previous Iron Warrior and son of Perturabo. But did this concern come from Guilliman's ignorance of this technology, or the Lion's own guilt for committing the same sin with the T'Chulcha engine? The Lion and Guilliman sat upon the sands of Sotha, frustrated as the Pharos recalibrated back to Macragge, angry at themselves for the havoc Kurz was wreaking upon Macragge City in their absence. The Lion had never sat still for so long, never been so powerless. With the Pharos recalibrated once again, the Primarchs were in communication with their relieved sons. Guilliman crossed the boundary once again, his emotions at reunifying with his men, and his adoptive mother bridging the gap, powering the Pharos device, only for the Lion to be stricken with frustration. He couldn't cross. He couldn't will himself over like Guilliman, until his brother extended his hand. "I need you here, with me, brother." The Lion stepped through and clasped his brother's hand. The empathic field couldn't read the Lion's sequestered, buried needs and hopes. The walls he had placed upon them were his crutch, but Guilliman's need for his brother and his love was enough. The lion placed his other hand on top of Guilliman's, fully aware of the bond between them, one that had been tested, but is still held true. Once again the lion and Guilliman set off to find the Night Haunter, and the rumoured giant who had been seen battling him across Macragge City.
Right, yeah.
Another brother was found upon Macragge.
That's right. I forgot that Salamander Primarch Vulcan was there too, and ended up beating the shit out of him, I think. Was it the Vulcan beat the shit out of him, or was it the opposite? I think Vulcan was beating the shit out of him for a minute, but then Conrad ended up turning and getting the upper hand. There was at one point in time, that might have already happened. I remember at one point in time, you know, Vulcan had been captured by Conrad, and Conrad was torturing him to death, and he kept just regenerating, and essentially, like, he was never able to be broken. Like, Conrad could never break him, and that drove him insane, or deeper into insanity. But I believe there was a one point in time where Vulcan got a hold of Conrad and beat the ever-loving shit out of him. I think that's what happened here. I guess we'll find out as we continue on here.
The Lord of Drakes, Vulcan. Vulcan lived. But more news came to the Lion and Guilliman. News that filled both of them with hope. From the edge of ultramarin space, another fleet crested the heart of the gathering Imperial forces. Ships of gold and scarlet red burst forth. The Blood Angels and Sanguinius had arrived. The three brothers stood vigil over the body of the Lord of Drakes, Vulcan. An unmovable spear of fulgurite lodged in his chest, pierced there by curs and forces that aided him. Their brother did not rise from this death, and the sight of it broke their hearts. The Lion, Guilliman and Sanguinius sat down together. The events of last night alone have made me value life and kinship more than ever. We have lost another brother, and Macragge, great hearthstone of the 500 worlds, was almost brought low by the deeds and machinations of just one determined traitor. I have witnessed the venom of our enemy. I have seen the sad fragility of those assets and lives that remain to us. Rubuti and I do not think alike on many subjects. We disagree, but we also stand together. Loyal, we fight for the Imperium. Terra was cut off. The Emperor may be dead, but the Imperium had to continue. Jonson saw that now. Guilliman was right. They needed to keep the flame alive, and they needed a public figure to rally around. It must be blood. It must be a Primarch. To crowds of millions upon millions, a sky swarmed with ships, and banners waving in the wind, legionaries of black, blue and red stood in parade and saluted. The crowd's cheers were deafening as they looked to the three Primarchs. On the right stood Lionel Jonson, Lord Protector. On the left, Guilliman, Lord Warden. And in the center, Emperor Regent Sanguinius. Imperium Secundus was born.
I am the Lord Protector. It is my duty to ensure our defense from any threat, be it from outside or within. There is no greater threat than Curse, a canker right here on Macragge. Perhaps even still within the Civitas, regardless of our brother's assertions. Toys with us, distracts us, perverts us from the goals we seek. While he is here, nothing is safe. Imperium Secundus cannot grow.
What are you asking for?
I ask for nothing.
The Lion glanced over his shoulder in irritation and returned his gaze to the Emperor.
Oops.
You have given me what I need already. You appointed me as Lord Protector, and oaths were sworn. It is upon my honor to uphold the responsibilities placed upon me, and it is upon yours to let me do so.
There can only be one Emperor.
The Lion whirled
Can
about,
be only
stopping
one.
himself an instant from striking the Primarch of the Ultramarines. Guilliman stepped back, startled.
And I will protect him!
The Primarch of the Dark Angels roared. He threw out an imploring hand to Sanguinius.
Brother, stand by your oaths. Free my hand from the bondage of personal niceties. You entrusted your life to me. Now it is time to prove that trust.
What would you do?
Asked Sanguinius. He looked at Guilliman for a second, and then back at the lion.
What has our brother not done that you will?
Macragge has been a fortress from without, but it must be fortified from within. Martial law, a total suspension of contact with any ships that have not been thoroughly inspected, quarantine, if you will, curfew, searches, surveillance and investigation without limit. There will be no shadows to hide Curse, no cracks for him to move along, no gaps to fall through. Nothing will pass upon the face of Macragge without my knowledge.
So yeah, essentially forcing everyone to give up their freedoms in order to find this person. You know, that old adage of, you know, what really are you fighting for? You know, if you're willing to give up if you're willing to enforce things like that onto others, you know, is what you're fighting for worth it? You know what I mean? There's a saying that goes with that, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. But you know, that's essentially what it is, you know, if you're willing to give up your freedoms and willing to force others to give up their freedoms in order to, I guess, create that security, then what is it that you're really even fighting for? You know what I mean?
Lion slowly closed his fist, as if he held the world in his hand.
It is what our brother has done that I will not, that is more the matter.
And what is that?
Shown restraint.
It was several seconds of silence before Guilliman spoke, moving past the lion to stand next to Sanguinius.
The decision is yours, my lord. I would not allow this. It moves against everything we have sought to build. The new Imperium will never be broken from the outside. If we falter and lose our freedoms, it will be because we destroyed ourselves.
Yep, exactly. And the thing is once you give up those freedoms, it's pretty hard to get them back. You know what I mean? And there's plenty of real life circumstances going on even today to kind of, you know, show you that. But I don't want to get political on all of my stuff, so we're just going to keep going.
Sanguinius nodded, and the lion took in a sharp breath. He was ready to make further argument for his case, but the Blood Angel met his gaze and silenced him with a look.
What you say is true, Rabute, but only to a point. Our brother is right. We each must be a pillar of the new Imperium, and if we remove one support, the whole edifice will crumble. Curse will not stop unless we stop him. With the beacon of Sotha reduced to a fraction of its power, the Imperium will need strength and guidance more than ever, and that is your task. Though we have defeated many foes of late, the war is not over. There are battles to be waged. It is for this reason we swore to uphold the commands of our brother from Calaban. If he is not worthy of such a duty, then you cannot be the statesman of the Imperium, and I cannot be its emperor.
Guilliman signaled his capitulation with a resigned look and a nod of the head. The lion looked at Sanguinius and could only guess at the new emperor's thoughts. Was he simply acting as a peacemaker, maintaining the illusion of hope until his foreseen demise? Or did he truly believe in Imperium Secundus and the part it would play in guiding the future of mankind? Did it matter? Not to the lion. He knew what needed to be done. It had been his weakness, his hesitation on Sogwalsa, that had allowed Curse to escape. This time he would leave nothing to chance. Before the winter finished, Curse would be dead by his hands. It was a pleasing thought, and he suppressed a smile as he bowed to Sanguinius.
Thy will be done, my emperor. You have doubts, brother.
The Lion stated it without question, and knew Guilliman was required to answer as the two of them paced along a long balcony on the southern aspect of the fortress of Terra. 30 meters below them, a company of Praesatal Guard marched towards the Port Terra, their footfalls in unison. It was almost dusk, the day spent in long discussion about the Imperium. Sotha, in the preparation for the declaration of Legatus Militant, that would suspend the civil authorities of Macragge and hand executive power to the Imperial Triumvirate.
No, I have fears, brother. Grave fears.
The Lion stopped and looked south across Macragge Civitas. The city was sparkling with thousands of lights as twilight encroached, and beyond he could see the blue plumes of plasma jets rising from the landing fields. He could smell salt amongst the fumes of traffic and people as the wind shifted to come in from the sea. His silence invited Guilliman to continue.
Every action begets a reaction. Have you considered that Kurz wants us to assume absolute authority? He wages a different war from us, for objectives we cannot guess at.
He is insane, lashing out blindly at any target. A wounded, maddened animal trying to protect itself.
You heard Lord Sanguinius's account as well as I did, brother. Kurz's madness has an end game. He seeks justification.
Exactly. He seeks justification for his actions and to prove to himself that he'd been right the whole time about everything. And that any of the Primarchs could have easily been him and would have turned out the exact same way had they been in the exact same situation he is. So he's trying to prove that to everyone and to himself. And he's trying to prove that he had no choice in any of his actions through his life and that everything was justifiable and that he's not this, evil being, evil person, that he subconsciously knows he is for all the bad stuff that he's done and, et cetera, et cetera.
Affirmation. Retaliation. You are giving him that.
The Lion thought about this, knowing that he owed his brother the courtesy of proper consideration.
Again, it's interesting that Lionel Jonson's supposed to be the most tactically brilliant, sound, whatever you want to say, of all the Primarchs, but it's his weakness in being able to understand people that keeps him from being able to, I guess, best Kurz here. He doesn't really understand him, I guess. And so, I don't know. I find it interesting that he doesn't see this tactically. You know what I mean?
The alternative is to let him wreak havoc across Macragge, across the Imperium. Our new Emperor said it. He must be stopped.
That is not what he said.
Guilliman.
It's also really weird that we're referring to him as the new Emperor when the entire time they're sitting there trying to say that they're not, they don't want to replace the Emperor. It's all kind of smoke and mirrors to placate the people until they figure out what's really going on with Terra and the actual Emperor. But I don't know. It's kind of weird that they are still referring to him as the new Emperor. I don't know. That just seems kind of weird and going against what we're saying, but whatever. Could just be, again, for appearance's sake and for anyone who might be listening.
Argued. The other Primarch sighed and turned away, leaning his back against the pale stone of the bastulate.
The practical application of more security brings about consequences that theory cannot predict.
Such as?
We are asking my legion to stand against their own. This is Macragge, the world of the Ultramarines. Many of my warriors have connections here, family ties. We were never meant to rule directly. You must understand the potential conflict this generates.
Unforeseen consequences are just that, brother. What ruin
Unforeseen
will Kurz bring about if we do not curtail him now? I cannot conceive of such a future.
The best thing about the future is that it comes one day at a time. Tomorrow will bring protest. How will we deal with that?
You will deal with it, brother. As Lord Warden, it remains your duty.
Yeah, that's your
I
job.
will be busy commanding my legion.
You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today.
I evade nothing.
The Lion looked at Guilliman and could not guess what his thoughts were. It was a hard task the Ultramarines Primarch had taken upon himself. The Dark Angel sought to alleviate some of that burden, allowing his brother the time and space to perfect the design of his creation.
And you need not concern yourself with conflicts of interest. My warriors will show no fear or favor in the application of their duties. Your legion's hands are clean.
You cannot mean...
Guilliman stared, looking in shock at the Lion.
You cannot bring your legion to Macragge.
I have already issued orders, brother. You have admitted that your warriors cannot be trusted to guard their own.
You think you can usurp me on my own world?
Guilliman was almost hoarse, throat tightened by his distraught state.
Our world, cradle of the new Imperium, Calaban lies beyond the ruin storm, far from my reach. Half my legion I left under the command of Corswin. I have given up my home, my warriors, to join this endeavor. What are you willing to sacrifice?
Horus had tried to take the Imperium for himself, and Guilliman had decided to build a new one, as much as he did not want to belittle his brother. The Primarch of the Dark Angels knew that there could only be one winner in the war to come. There would be no second place. Curse had to be dealt with at any cost. Any cost. Even Guilliman's pride. The Lion stepped close, his voice dropping.
Do you trust me, brother?
Big ask.
Imperium Secundus. The flame kept alive the other side of the ruin storm. The Lion has come to see if Guilliman too has betrayed the Emperor.
You know, I mean, it's interesting when you think about it. And again, this goes back to we will never really know the Emperor's thoughts and plans and et cetera, but you would think that for such a vast, empire that he'd be trying to build and then eventually sustain, that there would need to be layers of government in place and backups essentially for this contingency. You know what I mean? For if something were to ever happen to the Emperor and Terra in some way, shape, or form. Maybe he had these plans and just was never able to get them in place before everything happened with the heresy, because it was definitely from other things that I've read in videos and whatnot that I've watched so far, they seemed like they were very much pressed for time, and that the Great Crusade was rushed. They weren't able to essentially bring the Primarchs in and teach them the way they had initially planned, and yeah, they were just pressed for time, whatever, for whatever reason. And so it may have just been a situation where they just weren't able to get things set up as they initially wanted. In a perfect world, maybe they would have. But it strikes me that, when you have such a vast empire, that you would want to have, certain backup contingencies for if connections are lost or warp storms happen and things are cut off, that you have contingencies in place so that the Imperium would be able to go on and then could be reestablished after things settle. You know what I mean? Like, of course, everything would ideally go back to, the Emperor being in charge and all that kind of stuff. But in the meantime, there would have to be, I don't know, you know what I mean? Basically what I'm just trying to say is there would have to be like means of like backup means for if whatever reason the Empire and the Emperor were cut off, means of ruling and keeping things established so that when they got reconnected, you know, everything could go back to where it was. You know what I'm saying? So like what they're creating here with Emperor Secundus, you would think that this is something that the Emperor would have thought to do in case for this scenario, and would have already had it in place instead of them having to do this themselves. But again, it might just be a situation where they just never had the time to do it.
Finding many things to his distaste. Decisions that confirm many of the Lion's suspicions that Guilliman is taking advantage of this chaotic time. But yet he recognizes the hope and unity this could bring to the scattered Imperial forces. But he and Guilliman clash too much. Both neither fully capable enough to fully trust each other, to become the figurehead for this new realm. Guilliman and his dislike of the Lion's conduct and secrecy, the Lion's mistrust of Guilliman's ambition over his duty. But the Lion could trust Sanguinius. For all Emperor-like the Lion is in his demeanor and personal convictions, Sanguinius can be the symbol he could never be, though a part of him desires the authority in order to push through decisions. But he is a warrior, a hunter of beasts. He recognizes a nobility and fairness to Sanguinius that surpasses his own. The Lion rose to leadership because he felt that he had to, but here stands a being more worthy of it. With the birth of Imperium Secundus, the Lion understands that this is the best course of action, but yet he is concerned for the true Emperor, and for distant Calaban whose fate he has put on hold for Imperium Secundus, because he believes this is the best choice for humanity. Curse has taunted him with news of Calaban before, but he holds to his trust in Luther, that his adoptive father has held true. But also for the first time the Lion has a master, Emperor Regent Sanguinius, who doesn't know his heart to the level the Emperor does. The Emperor and the Lion barely needed to converse on decisions, as their minds were nearly one. But to Sanguinius and Guilliman he has to explain and justify himself. Something incredibly difficult for a man who keeps secrets and actions often to himself. The Emperor trusted him completely, enough to let him off the leash. The Lion knows his duty, but do his brothers understand the way he sees this universe? Imperium Secundus, the beacon of hope for the Imperial forces on the far side of the ruined storm, had met with adversity. The Pharaoh's beacon upon distant Sotha had been broken by an attack from the Night Lords, dimming the light in the warp that had called the survivors to Macragge.
What is that? Is this like some kind of cannon or something, dude? Like a fan there. Like, what is this? I'm just curious. Like, well, this looks like an unnecessary. I don't know. I guess because of the way he's positioned, maybe that's just his jetpack, right? And I guess that could just be like the fan vents. I don't know. It looked like it was almost like some kind of like shoulder cannon or something like that. I was like, what is this? Like some kind of weapon? But I guess because of the way he's postured here, that's to the side, that this is just his jetpack. So that makes more sense. But I was initially thinking like this was some kind of like weapon. And again, because he was postured, like, I don't know. Anyway, let's just move on.
The Lion had traveled to dozens of worlds within the realm of Ultramar, using the Tatolcha engine, hunting down the rumors of the Night Haunter. Upon many planets, the Lion found warbands of traitor forces, such as the Word Bearers, seeing now truly the disgusting rituals enacted by those who worship this chaos, desecration, even entire monuments of bone, made from the populations of planets. We have come. We are death. We have come. We are death was chanted through the helmet grills of the First Legion, as they faced these traitors upon every world, scouring for traces of Conrad Kurz. Only for upon Jonson's return to Macragge, he discovered that Kurz had never left. The news sent shivers of shock down his spine, and Guilliman believed for the first time, on that face which never showed emotion, he saw a hint of a soul-grinding rage. But just as quickly the Lion's thoughts turned to the Emperor Regent Sanguinius. He was unharmed, but had been visited by their treacherous brother Curse. To the library of Ptolemy the Protector, Warden and Emperor Regent went, discussing how they would deal with their traitorous brother, who haunted Imperium Secundus' progress. The Night Haunter was insane, vengeful against the Emperor who he believed had by fate made him a monster. Yet underneath all this was a brother seeking, in a way, forgiveness, permission. The Lion saw a deep melancholy within his brother Sanguinius' words. The source of it something he would not share, but the Lion even now kept his own secrets. He was not one to pry. The brotherhood between the three Primarchs was showing its cracks. The Lion felt a fury take over him. Guilliman, how could he allow Curse to get so close to their Emperor? Something Guilliman retorted with, where was he, the Lion? He is the Lord Protector. Yet he was off in the stars hunting rumors on his own, and keeping his own movements secret from them. His own Warden and Emperor Regent. The Lion warned, insult me again, brother, and theoretically I will punch you in your practical face. The Lion and Guilliman almost came to blows, until Sanguinius stopped them. The Lion began to speak up. This triumvirate was holding the Imperial forces together, but never before had the Lion felt such chains around him. For years now they had tried it Guilliman's way, of negotiation, and still.
Why does man look like John Cena here? You know what I'm saying? Hey, look at this. I just see John Cena, which you can't even see John Cena, so how am I seeing this? You know what I mean?
Ability, but now they needed to try it his way. Guilliman was incredible. The Lion knew he could give dozens of things his attention, a multitasker and administrator beyond even his capabilities, but he had never given anything his full concentration, like the Lion had. That was why he was not the warrior the Lion was, and why Guilliman couldn't be trusted to catch Curse, another Primarch, for he could not give that task his full attention. Sanguinius gave the Lion his permission to do what was necessary. The Lion had fought Curse for years. He hated him.
It's true. I mean, out of everyone, you know, Lionel Jonson has hunted them the longest and know him the most, so he would be the obvious person to continue that.
He had murdered so many of his sons, and he had brought that monster to Macragge. He would hunt him down just as he'd done to the beasts of Calaban. But just as the Lion gave his declaration to Imperium Secundus, Macragge City began to suffer attacks from within. The Illyrium Quarter. The Lion chastised his brother Guilliman again. Illyrium is non-compliant by any terms of definition. Your planet, the capital of the 500 worlds, has harbored dissident elements since the inception of the Imperium. They are not your citizens, brother. They do not want to be your citizens and will not serve the Imperium. They betrayed and killed your father, Connor. Again, the brothers almost came to blows. Again, the contrast between the Lion and Guilliman flared.
I was gonna say, these two don't seem to really like each other. Like, literally, Sanguinius is the only thing that's keeping another civil war from happening between them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how they were gonna be able to, like, keep this shit together.
The negotiator and the hunter. The Emperor had sent the Ultramarines like diplomats across the expanse of the lost colonies of mankind, bringing them into the fold. But the Dark Angels were destroyers, the Emperor sending them to eliminate Xenos and all other threats. But in Guilliman's diplomatic means he had made peace with the Illyriums of the past, the ones who had once rebelled, and now again were rife with the resentment the Nighthaunt had used against Imperium Secundus. The Lion wanted to eradicate them from orbit, wipe the slate clean, secure Imperium Secundus, so they could focus on getting to Terra, a point countered by Guilliman, who decried the sanctioning of Illyrium. There were innocent people who lived within. The Lion conceded on some points, but he had made up his mind. He would hunt Curse personally and end it all. He would accept the enormous risk, because only one brother would survive this encounter. Standing inside the streets of martial law delirium, the Lion let himself be seen. From orbit he went against his assurances to Sanguinius and Guilliman.
Yeah, I feel like, again, it's interesting. I've said this several times throughout this video, and from what he's said here, you know, Lionel Jonson's supposed to be the most tactically sound of all the Primarchs. So, like, you know, when you're a hunter, you use bait. You don't always just chase. You know, you're not just chasing. If you're hunting for deer, you're not just chasing. If you're hunting for any kind of predator, you don't just chase them. You set traps. You bait things. You know what I mean? Like if you're fishing for sharks, you chum the waters, you know, to get their attention. So like, it seems like he's not using any of these tactics. Now, it might just be in this video where he's not getting quite as in depth into what he's done to try to get at Conrad, but it seems like all he's really doing is pursuing rumors instead of, you know, trying to get Conrad to come to him in certain ways, set certain things up. And maybe he has, maybe Conrad's just too smart for that. You know what I mean? I don't remember anything specific from the Conrad video stating that either. You know, that Lionel Jonson ever tried to set anything up to seek him, you know, get Conrad to come to Lionel. So I don't know. It seems interesting. Maybe it's just because he's let it get so personal between him and Conrad that he's not thinking clearly. It's clouded his mind. He's not, you know, I don't know. And it might be a situation where he's, just let it get too personal, and he wants to physically chase and hunt him down for the satisfaction of defeating him that way. You know what I mean? But then, you know, how many innocents or whatever you want to say could be hurt in the meantime? You know, how many other Astartes brothers could be killed, and let alone this, you know, fledgling second empire that they're trying to hold is basically already almost devolved into civil war on numerous occasions, with only Sanguinius kind of keeping them from coming to blows, you know? So like, I don't know, it just seems strange. The only thing I can think of is, he's let it get too personal. And so he's wanting to chase him down in this fashion for the satisfaction of being able to beat him in that way.
He launched radioactive munitions at the rebelling Illyrian forces, hiding in the mountains, and when the dust settled, he set off for the tunnels that ran beneath, likely walking into the Night Haunter's trap. He was so close, an end to Curse in sight. He began to think of the future, a new War Master. Such was the prize he called to mind. Sanguinius' vision of death would not come to pass while the Lion wielded such terrible might. The triumvirate would be the match of the Emperor lost, the power and majesty of mankind's savior renewed. He would take the fight to Horus at the forefront of the legions, the finest augmented warriors dedicated to the most beloved of the Primarchs, recruited, organized, trained, and armed by the greatest logistician in the galaxy, commanded by its paramount general. Horus and his ragtag entourage of misfits and dissidents would be shown the true strength of the Imperium. In the dark and damp radioactive halls and caverns, the Lion, hunter of the forests of Calaban, once again stalked a beast. The who was hunting who was up for debate. Sword drawn, the Lion stepped into the ruins of a temple. All was darkness within. Just the ambient glow of background radiation, and the light that peered down the stepped concentric levels that led down like an amphitheater. It was time for death. 1 second to midnight. The Lion dived as he heard the claws rush above where his head had been. Curze's nightmarish face was just a meter away. Gaunt. No, more than that. Almost skeletal now. His flesh wasted to white skin and muscle. Not an ounce of fat between surface and bone. His eyes were black, glinting in the golden light of irradiated snow. Thin lips were drawn back in a mad grin. exposing dirty pointed teeth and withered gums. A tongue like a lizard flickered over the yellow fangs. As Kurz melted back into the darkness, the lion traced the steps of the conical circle, the pattern he had learned in Alderuk. The duel between the lion and Kurz was a blur of deadly strikes, Kurz's lightning claws meeting the lion's sword in sparks that lit the dark chamber.
You know, and it's also got to go to show like how strong Kurz was to be that kind of emaciated, I guess, and still be able to keep up in a fight. You know what I mean?
Kurz stalked the lion, skitterish taunts and maniacal laughter echoing throughout the chamber. This wasn't the time to play it safe. There was no time there for hesitation. No circumspect moment worrying about a counterattack. The lion threw himself at Kurz before he could vanish, slashing and stabbing at his foe as he turned to retreat. He caught a glancing blow across Kurz's calf, the tip of the lion sword shearing through the midnight blue armor. Kurz again began to draw the lion deeper within, dashing up the stairs, but finding to his confusion, the lion not following. Kurz had become predictable. A missile from above blasted the stairwell to pieces. Finally, the advantage was his. The lion rocketed forwards, towards Kurz, seizing the ranting and raving beast that was his brother above his head, and smashing his spine upon his knee. At his mercy, the lion screamed into his brother's face, "Why did you betray our father?" Only to be given answers of no satisfaction. Kurz was at his mercy. The lion had wanted him dead for so long. He could do it, end it all here, but he stopped himself. He was no longer the lost boy in the forest. He was a knight of Calaban. I am no murderer. You will be executed, but not for my vengeance. For justice. I will not make you a martyr, nor vindicate your twisted ideals. In chains, the lion dragged Kurz before Emperor Regent Sanguinius and Lord Warden Guilliman. The trial of Kurz had begun. The list of crimes against the Night Haunter was vast, but Kurz protested. With venom in his eyes, and with a voice like scraped glass, Kurz exclaimed how could he be tried as a criminal by a criminal, revealing to all assembled how the lion had broken his vow to his brothers, and had struck the Illyrium Quarter from orbit, something he swore to Guilliman and his emperor he would never do. The fury of Guilliman was like nothing the lion had seen before. His brother marched up to him, tearing away his sword from his grip and snapping it in two across his knee.
It's almost like the dynamic of like Batman and Joker, where like Lionel has him, he's beaten him, but even still, there's the backup of Conrad forced him to do something to break his own vow in order to get him. And he broke a vow to the other two Primarch brothers, who he's supposed to be, one of the pillars of this new government or new Imperium. So, it's interesting.
The Emperor Regent Sanguinius dismissed the lion. The triumvirate ended, and the lion left, Kurz's laugh echoing behind him. Aboard his flagship, the lion sat in shame. He had gone too far. His need to complete the mission had blinded him. His mistake with the siege engines with Perturabo. Again he had let the end goal cloud him. Nemiel, his son who had questioned him, too, fell to that singular mindset. A new war master. How could he have been so foolish? Had the Emperor not warned him long ago not to seek recognition? Was this how Horus had fallen? But in his heart of hearts, had he been so singularly focused because he never truly processed his brother's betrayals? Does any of it matter? He said to himself. A diminutive figure stepped out of the darkness of the throne chamber, a child's height. It wore an ebon robe, its hands concealed with gloves as black as the shadows, but underneath the mantle of two eyes burned like embers, a watcher in the dark. The ones who had advised him at times over the years had nothing to offer him now, only more questions. The lion had been banished. To Calaban, the Dark Angels would return. Maybe there can be some resistance there to the madness that gripped the galaxy. But on the edge of departure, something overtook the lion. Conrad's words. His fate to die as an assassin not born yet. Sent by the Emperor. Immediately the lion ordered the Totolcha engine to teleport him back towards Macragge. In the throne room a white light emanated. As Sanguinius' sword almost fell upon Kurz's neck. Jonson and his son Holguin teleported into the chamber, all weapons drawn upon them. Kurz and Sanguinius' visions were true. The lion exclaimed. Kurz would die at an assassin's hand sent by the Emperor in the future. Therefore, the Emperor lived. Terra still stood. The Dark Angels, Ultramarines and Blood Angels assembled. Hundreds of thousands of Astartes, millions of mortal men and 3 Primarchs launched to the stars. Their destination, Terra. They would...
You know, like, I don't know. It's... Maybe this technology they have that's teleporting them around doesn't have the capability to get them all the way to Terra. You would think they could, like, take jumps, you know what I mean? And they could have got, I don't know. I feel like it's a situation where they could have used this technology to get to Terra sooner, and it could have made a difference one way or the other, maybe. And what ended up happening? Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know, it seems strange that it took them this long to kind of figure this out. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just kind of weird to me.
would find a way.
Or that they didn't at least like try to somehow get to Terra or connect to Terra and the Emperor. I don't know. Maybe they did. And it just doesn't mention it in this video here. I don't know. It just seems strange that they didn't really try. That they just were kind of like cut off and, well, that's it. I guess we just need to, you know, try to salvage what we can and do our thing, you know? I don't know. It just feels weird to me.
To break the ruined storm.
I am not Horus.
No, you are not. And you are not what he has become. But remember, brother, remember what he was. I remember how wise I thought our father was to make him War Master. I remember Horus's doubts, how he wondered if he was worthy of the task. How could this brother turn on us? Remember that none of us saw his treachery coming. Our father didn't see it coming. Remember all of this, and remember that here is where Horus fell. Now tell me you are certain there is nothing below.
He's right. I would like to know what happened to Horus.
You think I don't? And if Sanguinius is correct, what then? Is our strategy to replicate Horus's era?
Calaban turned back to Sanguinius, an eyebrow raised.
Where do you stand, Rabute? Why won't you tell us?
I wanted to hear you both out. We have a lot of data, but it does not point in a clear direction. We have just come through unambiguous evidence of the importance of Davin, but the necrosphere tells us nothing about how we should deal with the problem this world presents.
He drummed his fingers on the table.
On balance, I agree with the lion. Our enemy isn't here. It is somewhere in the necrosphere. You saw it, Sanguinius. You've done battle with it already.
We can't fight it until it declares itself.
I agree. Destroying Davin may bring it out. In any event, I think a landing here will be a distraction.
It will not be. We have to know what is down there. We have to go.
He stared at the center of the map. No, they could not understand. There was someone who would, though.
I must speak with Conrad.
The lion snorted in surprise.
You think he will convince me?
No. Nevertheless, I would speak with him.
As Sanguinius reached the stratagem's door, the lion said,
I will take action without delay.
you will be wrong to do so.
Sanguinius said, and left. The klaxons boomed through the corridors. The Invincible Reason was maneuvering into position for the bombardment.
I have no authority over you. Nevertheless, I am giving this command. I will not be opposed in this.
Sanguinius placed his hand on the hilt of the blade in carmine. He did not draw it. The act was less a threat than a reminder. He had no intention of harming the legionaries. Physically opposing him, though, was more than they could do. He spread his wings, lifting them high. He filled the corridor and towered over the Dark Angels.
Do what your honor demands. Know that the responsibility for what happens now is mine, not yours. These events are beyond your ability to control.
The legionaries did not move, but they did not raise their guns.
Know this, too. What I do for the Imperium. So does the Lion. Nothing that happens now changes this fact.
Sanguinius drew the blade in carmine and smashed the blade against the helm of one guard, splitting it open and staggering the Dark Angel. He whirled and seized the other guard before he could fire. He raised the Dark Angel and slammed him against the wall, his breath hissing with anger at the necessity of what he did. He struck both guards with the flat of his blade, hammering them into unconsciousness.
Forgive me.
He turned from them to a small chamber a few paces further up the hall. It was the guard post. He entered it, yanked open a plasteel vault, and took the chains and neuromanacles he found inside. He returned to Kurz and worked in silence as he transferred the Night Haunter from the wall shackles to the new restraints. The beats of the klaxons continued, counting away the time before Davin's annihilation.
No threats. No warnings that I will die if I try to escape.
Escape to where, Conrad?
Well said. There is no escape for any of us, is there?
He took Kurz down from the wall. He shackled the Night Haunter's hands behind his back, but left his legs free. Kurz cocked his head at the sound of the klaxons.
I hear the blaring of your time running out.
There is time enough.
Kurz laughed as they ran past the fallen guards.
You do your very best to bring me joy, brother.
Sanguinius,
The Lion shouted through the Angel's vox bead.
what are you doing?
What I must, as a you. But you were wrong.
You are setting us against each other. This is madness.
No, it is necessary and it is fated.
He shut down the channel, cutting the Lion off mid-roar. Sanguinius opened a vox channel to his chapter masters.
Launch drop pods. Immediate landing in the vicinity of the temple. All forces away. Now!
The Lion gripped the arms of his throne. He took a breath, forcing himself to see clearly through the red haze of anger.
Auspex, give me a trajectory.
What are your orders?
Stenius asked.
Do we shoot my brother down, you mean?
The Lion thought. Wood creaked beneath his grip.
Damn you, Sanguinius. Damn you for forcing that choice on me. Track it all the way down.
He knew where the Angel was heading. He gave the command solely because one was needed.
Why did he take Kurz? What sense does that make?
He acts according to his convictions. He is wrong. We must act for the Imperium.
The fleet is in position. Bombardment targets locked.
So no.
It's interesting, really, how, like, without the Emperor as a central figure for them all to kind of fall behind, they all just kind of fucking fight each other, man. Everything just falls apart. It's very interesting. You know, they all kind of can't really agree on anything. They all have their own ways of doing things, and maybe that was one of the flaws from the begin with that the Emperor didn't see is, you know, him. I mean, he had his own reasons. You know, he's trying to complete the webway, and essentially, if he had been successful, there would have been a place that was a safe haven for humanity to retreat into if needed. You know, they could have made some kind of new civilization in the webway, kind of like how the Drukhari have, you know, a civilization in the webway. But even if they didn't do that, and, you know, they still resided on Terra and all the various worlds, they would have had a safe way to travel without having to deal with the warp. But it's just interesting that, you know, they all just fall apart. Really, man. Like these three right here, like just seemingly want to just fight each other. You know, they want to uphold the ideals that the Emperor had, but they do it in different ways and they don't agree. And it ends up residing in conflict between all three of them. I don't know. It's just, it's very interesting to see these interactions and how really without the Emperor as the central figure, everything really kind of falls apart. You know, it's going to be interesting to see, I guess, kind of also moving forward in the present timeline of the story, what's going to happen with it, them seemingly bringing a lot of the Primarchs back. Like, you know, I know Rabute Gilliman's back. I think Dorn's back. I thought Dorn, maybe it's not Dorn. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe it's Lionel, actually. It might be Lionel Johnson's back. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens moving forward with, you know, the present timeline with them bringing back the Primarchs and how that's going to affect everything. And if they're going to be able to get along and not, you know, have another civil war happen. Cause it seems like from these interactions that, you know, Rabute and Lionel could have easily gone to war with each other several times over just what to do about Conrad. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's very interesting.
Noted, Captain. Then Gilliman was voxing.
You can't fire now.
The lion killed the vox.
My lord.
I will have silence.
The lion told him. The noise of the bridge fell to a murmur. Davin filled the oculus. Its atmosphere streaked by the fires of the drop pod descents. The decision loomed before the lion. He had to make it now. The madness of Sanguinius' actions convinced him even more firmly of the need to destroy Davin. The world was dangerous. It was attacking them even now, even though all the scans still showed no activity of any kind. Perhaps his existence was enough. It was a foul thing, and had to be purged from the galaxy. If this is what I must do then, destroy it and kill Sanguinius, precipitate war with the Ninth Legion, and possibly the Ultramarines as well. That would serve Horus well. And what is the alternative? Stay my hand, and let this madness play out. Allow Davin to wreak havoc. Reach this point only to fall into a trap. The destruction of Davin was an absolute imperative. If he had any doubts left after Epimos, they would have been burned away by Sanguinius' actions. The corrupted worlds must die, and Davin was the source of the corruption.
Only Sith deal an absolute,
said the inner voice of brutal necessity. You know what must be done. The lion nodded to himself.
Captain, prepare to...
He stopped. His blood froze at the enormity of what he was about to say.
Yeah?
Cancel the bombardment. Prepare for a mass landing. We are taking Davin.
The lion stormed from the bridge. He marched through the corridors, his fury warning all. Legionary and mortal from his path. He did not stop until he reached Kurz's cell. He dismissed the guards. He had no good reason for having come here. He hadn't consciously known where he was heading at first. He stood in the cell and faced the wall, staring at the empty manacles. He blinked and held up his right hand. There was a faint tremor in his fingers.
So close.
He whispered. He had come within a word of murdering his brother.
Brothers.
A malign influence has been working on me. An influence too subtle for him to feel its effects and resist them. Slowly and patiently, it had been leading him to ruin. The lion closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the cell seemed too welcoming, as if he had come here to condemn himself. He grunted and stepped into the corridor. He slammed the door closed behind him. He felt no freer. There were chains around him, all the stronger because he was not sure of their nature. He voxed Gilliman.
Rabute, you must beware.
What have you done? You can't bombard.
I am not.
The lion interrupted.
But I almost did.
Gilliman fell silent, absorbing the implications.
Rabute, beware of yourself. Do not trust your impulses. Be sure of your decisions. I almost destroyed us.
Damn. Damn, man. I mean, yeah, we came, like I said, it's very interesting that without the Emperor kind of there as this almost guiding central figure for them to follow behind, they kind of just seem to fall into fighting with each other. You know what I mean? It would be interesting to know how the Primarchs would have turned out if the Emperor never found them. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they would have just ruled their own worlds, had their own empires, and done their own thing. It's only logical that that would be what would happen because, I mean, they're natural leaders and they're miles above what a normal human's capabilities would be. So put in any kind of situation where they have to fight, they're going to win, and to secure themselves, it's only logical to take control, and they would be more than capable of doing that. That's just, I guess, a question would be, would they end up eventually going to the stars and trying to expand their empires into other planets? And I don't know, that's whole other like what if scenarios, and maybe I'll do some videos on that at some point in time in the future. But it really just seems interesting that the thing that's holding them all together, seemingly from this video, is their loyalty to the Emperor. Simply because he is their father, but also there might be a certain sense of fear of him and his capabilities. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just find that interesting. The Sons of the Forest. Sounds like some Game of Thrones shit.
Davin, the world where it all began, where the heresy started, where Horus fell to chaos. The Lion and his brothers have tried to break the ruined storm for a long time, coming across many examples of the true unpleasant nature of the traitors and chaos. Where before the Lion had believed this was a simple rebellion, it has finally sunk in that his brothers are corrupted, and that the source of this is the warp, the very thing Curse taunted him with. The Lion and his brothers have come so far, faced threats such as the rippling chaotic wall on the planet of Pyrax that spanned the length of an entire system, echoes of their traitorous brothers' rituals, and the scars of this so-called pilgrim that was ravaging the systems around Davin. But now they are here, and the Lion wants to destroy it. It is just like the beasts of Calaban. The problem must be extinguished. The secrets behind Davin and this chaos further tightens the leash of his trust. How this maleficent force seems to worm its way into the hearts of those they once called brothers. How in a way there is no true protection. He will brook no compromise on Davin's destruction because he trusts no other way to deal with it. His bullheadedness draws a comparison from Sanguinius, that perhaps this is the same surety that led to Horus's downfall, that their wayward brother's surety wasn't a wall, but a crack. The comparison enrages the Lion, because perhaps there is a grain of truth to it. He himself keeping secret the use of the Totulture engine. The Lion is determined to destroy Davin, erase it, until Sanguinius breaks Curse out of the Dark Angel's hold. Sanguinius wants to use their brother's prescient abilities and cause the Blood Angels to assault Davin. The Lion sits on the precipice of bombarding the world, and subsequently the 9th Legion too. He comes so close to giving that order when he snaps out of it in the last moment. His hands shake, confounded by what he had almost done. His paranoia, his distrust, his shame for his conduct within Imperium Secundus.
You know, I wonder if when he met that, greater demon of the warp that he thought were Nephilim or whatever, that a little seed of corruption got into him. It seems like ever since that happened, you know, that kind of darkness in him has grown ever further. But it could just be that it was always there to begin with, and it wasn't until he got caught in these situations that it began to grow, and dealing with Conrad and being outsmarted and outmaneuvered by Conrad, and letting like his own ego kind of get in the way. You know, he even kind of said in the video how, like, even though he felt like he was the type of person that didn't need any praise and duty with its own reward and stuff like that, still seems like there was a part of him that still needed and wanted praise, and that always felt like he should have been the war master and that he would have done things better, you know? So, yeah.
And his downfall, he now sees that his surety was something he dived into to escape the true feelings of his heart, which was that he was second-guessing every decision he had made up till now. He had retreated to stubbornness to avoid asking himself the difficult questions, such as, was I wrong? Am I failing in my duty?
And that's also, again, kind of an interesting dynamic, the duality, whatever you want to say, between him and Conrad. You know, was that, you know, Conrad had that same thing of, was I wrong in what I've done this whole time? There were a couple of moments where he had that thought and he could have made changes, but he didn't. You know, and it's just, Lionel Jonson was always, I guess you could say, if there was, you know, a light and dark side, Lionel Jonson was already on the side of light, teetering on going to the darkness. Whereas Conrad was always kind of in the darkness, teetering on the ability to go to the light and be redeemed or try to be redeemed. But he just, you know, Conrad refused to believe that he could be redeemed because of all the terrible things that he'd done. So yeah, it's another kind of interesting thing between these two characters.
He needed to trust. He needed to hear his brother's wisdom. The Lion orders the Dark Angels to join their brothers. They would assault Davin together. The journey to Davin had cost thousands of lives, as the forces of chaos had confronted them at every step. The Lion and his brothers had entered into the Necrosphere, the megastructure boneyard of the infinite floating in space.
The Necrosphere just sounds like, that's just a sick name. Like, that's just a sick name to call something, the Necrosphere. But obviously, it makes me, you know, Necrons, Necrosphere. Is this like, you know, some kind of Necron device or something? You know, I don't know, but interesting.
It contained more than the skeletons of beings that had once been alive. They were the skeletons of dead vessels, of cities and of worlds. The inanimate had turned to bone, iron and stone, alloy and gas. Everything was bone and cold and grey. The planets had rib cages now, and cities had skulls. It was the death of all dreams, the past and present and all to come. All the hopes died in the Necrosphere. The Lion, Sanguinius, Guilliman and Conrad Kurz in chains walked up to the gates of the Serpent Lodge on Davin. Twilight had fallen, and two colossal iron doors formed the entrance to the temple. They were rusted. Their engravings of two serpents entwined around a spreading tree was worn down. The dust around them was red. The stone was red, but in the gloom of the evening all was grey. Amongst the abandoned rubble, the Lion and his brothers saw nothing, but Sanguinius pleaded with them to see the greater pattern. Davin was a fulcrum. Fate changed here with Horus, and it would with them. Chaos had seen to that. The boneyard of sentient life. The Necrosphere was designed to convince them that all here was dead. How close had the Lion come to bombarding the planet and the Blood Angels with it?
Interesting. So it seems he's going here in order to seemingly kind of change the fate, their fate. Interesting. If I remember correctly, they come here and they end up fighting some greater demon, and they are able to open kind of a warp portal to Terra, if I remember correctly. I could be thinking about something differently though. But anyway.
Could he see now that Davin was designed to corrupt them? But though the Lion had come close, they all still stood. They were being manipulated, the Lion recognized. But Sanguinius saw they still had a choice. They could defy fate. With those words, a portal opened in front of the brothers. Sanguinius stepped in as Kerr screamed, the revelation of choice, melting his worldview. The war portal held their brother, as demonic forces began to attack.
Yeah, this is where Conrad, I think, really finally understood, whether he believed it or not, but he still really understood that he had always had a choice in what he did. And that kind of like broke him in that moment.
Creatures of nightmare emerged upon Davin, and in the stars as finally the rumored destroyer revealed itself. The Pilgrim, the Veritas Ferrum, the Iron Hand's flagship, and others of missing Astartes fleet vessels, bloated and corrupted with demonic power, surged towards the Loyalist fleets. The Lion and Guilliman were frozen, and in frustration the Lion attacked the temple grounds, causing a flicker within the portal. A weakness. Jonson and Guilliman lunged forward and began to strike at the corrupted stone. Dust and shrapnel rained on the Lion's shoulders. A blast of demonic light hit him in the chest, scarring his armor. It forced him back half a step, but still he pushed on, as two demigods broke apart the temple grounds. It had to be them. It was symbolic. The act of two brothers saving another confounded the power of demonic influence, as if belief itself was just as important as the physical blows. The journey to Davin had been as much symbolic as physical. There was a principle to the warp and its denizen that the Lion could still only see imperfectly, but appeared to be in the order of a reification of the abstract. Ideas became things, symbols became fortresses, and so we had to fight the demonic on the very ground that it gave so much power. The forces of the Imperium, land and sky, battled hell itself, until finally Sanguinius emerged from the portal, locked in combat with a greater demon of chaos named Madial. The Lion and Guilliman charged at the greater demon to join their brother, slashing and maiming the beast with everything they had. The Lion once again slaying a great beast, but despite the efforts of the Lion and his brothers, they couldn't destroy this creature, until the noble sacrifice of Sanguinius' herald pinned the demon in place. The demonic storm turned in upon itself, as the fleet finally unleashed their payloads upon Davin, the place where the heresy had begun, annihilated from this universe. The corrupted, bloated fleet eviscerated, as the Lion and his brothers retreated back to their ships. The boneyard of life itself, the necrosphere, began to dissolve away. Davin died, as the Lion heard the cries from his navigators that the light had returned, the warmth of home. Terror, 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 they cried. The Lion, Guilliman, and Sanguinius convened. The road to Terra was open. The warp blockade had been overcome, but not the forces of Horus. Only one of them could make it back to Terra. Sanguinius, eager to meet his destiny, would go. Guilliman would tie up the traitor fleets, but the Lion would go elsewhere. To the homeworlds of their traitorous kin he would voyage. Perhaps the destruction of that which they valued most would draw the forces away from the siege. The Lion had come to learn the value not of conquest, but annihilation when it came to this chaos. The Lion looked upon his brother Sanguinius, knowing the fate he would meet at Horus's hands if destiny played out. He looked to the brother he admired and loved, knowing that they would never meet again. With the power of the Totolcha engine, Chemos, Barbarus, Colchis, and Chthoniya burned, their people and history wiped from the material universe. The Lion himself questioning whether these acts blurred the line between tactical strategy or vengeance.
Yep.
Traitorous for
that's kind of really where he stood for a long time, is like as everything he'd been doing like an actual sound strategy, or is he doing it for revenge, you know? And I'm sure there's probably a little bit of both. I'm sure he is tactically doing what he believes to be right, but there's still a part of him that's doing it for revenge and to get back at those who have, you know, attacked him and the Emperor or the Imperium, you know. So yeah, again, like I said, he's on the light side, teetering towards the darkness, you know what I mean?
Forces across the Imperium were annihilated in a crusade until the Lion approached the planet of Kievar, the home world of Corvus Corax and his Raven Guard, finding alive his brother Corax and a face he was not pleased to see, Leman Russ. The Lion had his doubts. Why did his brothers not make their way to Terra? Why were they not on the front lines? But despite the Lion's doubts, they were loyal, an asset he could take with him on the Crusade of Vengeance, and then to Terra. Finally, the Lion and his allies roared their way towards the throne world, the light of the Astronomicon a building hope, only to be crushed as they arrived. The War Master Horus had been slain, the traitors had been scattered, but his brother Sanguinius had been slain. The Emperor was mortally wounded, and interned upon the Golden Throne as a carrion lord.
They got there too late.
A grief so deep, so profound washed over the Lion as he felt the dream and his oath die. All is ended, and all is madness, and nothing remains but vengeance for old scores, the Lion said to Russ. His anger, so blinding the world, blurred around him as his jaw clenched so hard his teeth almost broke. You should have been faster. It was your pride that kept you in the void, the Lion roared at Russ, drawing his sword. But Russ didn't raise his arms, seeing in his brother's words a condemnation of them both. The shame.
Yep.
The Lion ran his brother through, Russ accepting the grief and shame the Lion needed to exert with the blow. They had failed, and for a moment, the Lion unleashed the beast born upon Calaban, the one he had hidden underneath the layers of knightly oaths and training. The wound on Russ would heal, even if the shame of failing the Emperor would not. The Lion and the Dark Angels felt a quiet descend over them, a shattering truth that humanity was so close to a golden age, but now there would only be war. The traitorous forces that lingered in the galaxy needed to be purged, and for this the Lion would finally return to Calaban, ready for reinforcements and to see his homeworld. Into Calabanite space, the scarred vessels of the Dark Angels returned. The Lion once again looked upon his true home, and hailed the man he had left its care in, his adopted father, Luther, only for the guns of Calaban to come to life with hateful fire. The Lion and the Dark Angel in space felt their ships rock as Luther and Calaban attacked their own. The Lion was confused. This was Luther. This was his home. They had been betrayed by their very own.
Again.
This was the machinations of chaos. It had to be. The fury of the Lion was unlike anything the Dark Angels around him had ever seen.
I mean, I could understand at this point, like with everything you've been through, to return home and then to be betrayed by your own, to like, yeah, the kind of rage you would feel at that point, I would be like some scorched earth shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be pretty fucking pissed too.
The Lion orders men to attack the traitors, and like tears of fire they rocketed down towards their homeworld. Angel fighting angel. The destruction upon Calaban was brutal, as thousands of Dark Angels raised under the manipulation of Luther threw themselves at the veterans of the Horus heresy. The Lion cut through the swathes of legionaries raised on Calaban, some who had never even seen true battle. Finally, the Lion came face to face with the man who had raised him, Luther, only to see a twisted, bloated monster infused with the power from the dark gods.
Interesting.
What had happened to Luther in his
So yeah, he fell to chaos corruption. Interesting.
absence. Upon that face that struggled to show emotion, the first signs of despair showed. A titanic duel began between the two within the walls of Alderuk, munitions and bombardments all around them.
I wonder if it was a situation where, you know, he'd said earlier that like Luther had a sense of jealousy over Leman Russ, or not Leman Russ, or Lionel Jonson, and his power and abilities. So I wonder if that jealousy allowed the forces of chaos to get in and corrupt him, with the promise of, you know, power to match his, or if it was something else. If one of the other traitor legions had got to this homeworld, like maybe, I don't think it was Conrad, right? I don't think Conrad ever came here. I don't remember hearing that from before, but maybe I'm forgetting something. But if any of the other traitor legions came here and, you know, purposely corrupted this planet or something, you know, I don't know.
Swirled with the power from the dark gods, Luther matched the prowess of a Primarch. The clashing of steel and ceramite between those who had once been brothers ended as the Lion disarmed Luther. The Lion had the resolve to execute his own sons, even to kill a brother Primarch. But here, looking upon his father, his brother Luther, he hesitated. An opportunity seized upon by Luther as he launched himself again at the Lion, emanating a psychic attack that mortally wounded Lionel Jonson. Decades of resentment, of abandonment had built up to this moment, and when finally Luther had the man who had taken his achievements from him in his grasp, he too hesitated. He was killing his son. He was killing his brother.
A very kind of Horus and the Emperor, I guess, similar moment from the sounds of it here, you know. So let's, again, similar things playing out in other places in similar ways. Very interesting.
What had he done? How could he let himself be corrupted like this? The prize of the Lion's death was ripped away from the Chaos Gods, and in their fury they launched a warp-infected attack upon the crumbling battlefield that was Calaban. The planet began to break apart, and those fallen, the Dark Angels that had sided with Luther, were scattered across space and time. But before Lionel Jonson, the Lord of the First, could be found, the Watchers in the Dark, the Xenos protectors of Calaban, intervened, grabbing the mortally wounded Primarch and taking him to safety in their own sanctums. The Lord of the First was now believed dead, lost to his legion and the Imperium for the millennia to come. The Lion awakens within a forest that resembles that of broken Calaban. He looks upon a reflection of his face in a lake, unable to recognize the image he sees. A face weathered by time, yet not felt past.
Wonder if this is kind of wonder if this part of it is kind of like an analogous to like Arthur and like the Lady of the Lake and the supposed return of Arthur when needed. I wonder if that's kind of where some of this lore from Lionel Jonson's come from. It sounds kind of, you know, similar in that way, but I guess we'll find out.
He is suited in a master-crafted armor, but his body feels weaker. He sees before him an emaciated, disheveled man in a boat upon a lake, circled by dark creatures in the water. He wades in to help, only to be stopped by a watcher in the dark. He does not remember who he is, but the watcher tells him to follow his nature. The Lion pushes deeper into the forest, trying to remember who he is, until he comes upon some tainted beasts, rushing towards frightened humans. His hunter instincts kick in, and he slays them, wrestling them to the ground and gutting them. Upon returning to the humans' camp, he finds he is attacked by a figure in patched, black and red ceramite plate. Zabriel, a dark angel who was present on Calaban during the Civil War. Zabriel attacks the Primarch. He last saw attacking him and his brothers, but the Lion rushes forth, subduing the threat. Memories begin to flood back into him. He knows who he is. He is Lionel Jonson of Calaban, son of the Emperor, Primarch of the Dark Angels. And with this, he learns from Zabriel that over 10,000 years has passed.
Damn.
The Lion feels sick to his core. He feels overwhelming shame. One moment he battled Luther, and now he lives in the rotting Imperium of the grim dark future. A twisted nightmare of his father's dream. The Imperium he fought for is dead. Unrecognizable. A caricature of the dream. He became a conqueror for his father. But if that dream was dead, then what should he do? He should return to his true nature. On Calaban he was a protector, a hunter long before he ruled. And if in the grim dark future, humanity was preyed upon by monsters or beasts, he would slay them. The lion turned to Zabriel.
Anyway, I was looking for a spot to sit there and like, yeah, I mean, like, imagine being in that situation where like you wake up, 10,000 years has passed. Your entire being and duty was to protect the Empire, and that's gone now. And you see this like almost husk of what the Empire was. This, you know, it's still there, but it's essentially dying and decaying. This thing that believes, you know, the Emperor is a god, worships him, there's a religion behind it, and that's kind of like the only thing that's really keeping humanity together and moving forward is the belief in the god Emperor and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so it's like you see what things have become, and it's like, yeah, what do you do? Do you, you know, kind of turn and stand against that and say, no, this isn't what the Emperor wanted. I know what the Emperor wanted. And you try to correct those mistakes. And in so doing, potentially start a civil war again, you know, like, or do you just kind of live out your life how you want to? Yeah, I don't know. Just like, yeah, it'd be one of those situations where it's like, what do you really do? I feel like his sense of duty would make him want to, I guess, bring out the Imperium that, you know, he knew and what the Emperor was trying to achieve, I guess, especially with, from what he's saying here, how similar they are. You know, I don't know. I got, you know, I guess this the point I'm trying to make is just how, like, how shitty that would be to just, you know, have 10,000 years have passed and you don't even, you know, you never really had the time in between to try to correct any kind of mistakes and kind of veer things in a way that you knew was right for the Imperium based on what the Emperor wanted. And, you know, 10,000 years have passed and now you have to deal with what's here. And like, is it even worth it? You know, I don't know. I just, yeah,
giving
shitty
him
situation.
The truth of Luther's lies and his fall. To Zabriel the Shock, the stubborn Primarch, who killed for duty without a second thought, asks for forgiveness. As in turn Zabriel for the misunderstanding of Calaban's war. I will not command, he says, but others may follow. The Lord of the First was going to war. It would begin here on this world Kamath. It would find humanity's oppressors and kill them. He would find more of his sons.
I failed my father.
The lion says, the words coming unbidden to his lips.
I fear I also failed my brothers. I do not wish to fail my sons.
Your sentiment is somewhat late.
The rearmost warrior says caustically. The lion looks over the marks on his armor, placing him.
Knight Sergeant Afgar, it is good to see you again.
I cannot say the same.
Afgar replies. His finger is not far from
Hey,
his
man,
bolt
fucked
gun's
up.
trigger. The lion suddenly wonders how wise this meeting was. He is unarmored, and even a Primarch has reason to fear a point-blank blast from a plasma gun.
I presume Zavriel explained that I placed no onus on you to come here? I was deceived. by Horus 4 years, while he pretended to be loyal to the Emperor. I was deceived by my brothers, and I was deceived by the powers they served. When I returned to Calaban, it seems that many of us were deceived again. I witnessed Luther wield foul sorcery of the kind I had only seen used by the traitors. But I now believe that many of my sons who were on that planet with him had been deceived as well, and knew nothing of his fall. I am trying to see past deception to the truth and leave recrimination aside.
It is very convenient that you should come to this conclusion now you have returned to an Imperium in ruins and seek to rebuild it once more.
Afkar says sarcastically. He removes his helmet, and his dark, distrustful eyes lock onto the lion's own.
Where was the benefit of the doubt when you had most of a legion at your back?
I learned to survive on Calaban by acting with certainty, and that was a mindset I took with me. It seems that many of us were deceived again. I witnessed Luther wield foul sorcery of the kind I had only seen used by the traitors. But I now believe that many of my sons who were on that planet with him had been deceived as well, and knew nothing of his fall. I am trying to see past deception to the truth and leave recrimination aside.
It is very convenient that you should come to this conclusion now you have returned to an Imperium in ruins and seek to rebuild it once more.
Afkar says sarcastically. He removes his helmet, and his dark, distrustful eyes lock onto the lion's own.
Where was the benefit of the doubt when you had most of a legion at your back?
I learned to survive on Calaban by acting with certainty, and that was a mindset I took with me into the galaxy. It evidently was not foolproof. Perhaps...
I mean, yeah. You know, I mean, it's... I mean, in war, you kind of have to have that mindset in general. If you hesitate, you die, and, you know, people around you die, your men die, etc., etc. But, you know, there is also, in certain points of time, where you have to really weigh the consequences and take a step back and think, so, yeah.
Burned as I was by betrayal and grief, I reacted too swiftly and with too much choler. However, Calaban fired on its own brothers without warning. If you truly believe the fault was mine alone, why are you here?
Can this truly be our Primarch?
The swordsman interjects, waving the hand that does not rest on the pommel of his blade.
His height is right, Zabriel, but his visage is much changed, and he is less vengeful than I expected.
The lion's temper flares at being spoken of in such a casual manner, but he keeps a firm grip on it.
Knight Commander Kai, I see your humors are unchanged.
Thank you,
Kai says, stretching a slight bow.
That was not necessarily a compliment.
That depends on how accurate one's opinion of me is.
Kai draws his power blade.
I see you came armed, my Lord Lion. I wonder whether your skills have decayed as much as your face has aged. If he wishes us to follow him, then I wish to test him in the only way that matters. After all, I was always best with a blade in the Legion. Causewayne might have given me some trouble, but only on his better days. And besides, he is not here.
He activates his blade. There is no further warning, no salute with his weapon or statement of intent. He simply attacks. The lion steps back from the first thrust and draws fealty on pure instinct. The power field crackling into life, just in time to deflect Kai's second swing. The former Knight Commander is pressing forward aggressively with speed, switching between single and double-handed grips from moment to moment, his every movement an attack. However boastful Kai's claim about his preeminence within the Legion may be, they are not entirely without merit. He is undoubtedly an expert swordsman. The lion has waded through a host of foes with nothing more than his armoured hands, and slain members of the traitor legions and their younger kin on Kamarth, with fealty without pause. But none of those foes possess Kai's ability. The lion circles to his right, but Kai's footwork is excellent, and his attacks do not relent. The lion slaps the point of his opponent's blade aside just before it grazes his chest. Kai has come close to landing a blow 3 times, despite his reach disadvantage. And this is because he's leaving himself open. The lion jerks his blade back from the instinctive thrust that would take Kai in the side. The unnatural movement spoils his balance for a moment. Kai seizes on the opportunity and presses hard, feinting for a strike at the lion's face and then changing it to a chopping blow, which nearly leaves the Primarch's right arm truncated below the elbow, and fealty lying in the grass.
Do you want me to kill you?
I am attacking you. Why would you not?
The lion makes a grab for Kai with his free hand and nearly loses it.
Will you fight me?
Kai roars, swinging for the lion's head.
Where is the Emperor's foremost warrior?
The lion leans backward to avoid the blows, knocks aside the next thrust that comes for his belly, and lashes out with a kick. His bare foot connects flush on Kai's chest plate, and knocks the former Knight Commander backwards through the air for some 10 feet. Kai lands in the grass with a thud, but he is back on his feet within a moment, his sword still in hand. Now, however, the lion is moving into the attack. It does not aim for Kai's body or head, for he suspects that his son will not be guarding himself. Instead, his next strike is for Kai's weapon. The power blade is knocked to one side. Kai manages to hold on to his sword, but the next blow knocks it from his hand completely, and the lion brings fealty to point up rest a finger's breadth from Kai's gorget.
Do not test me again.
The lion growls. Kai kneels and removes his helm, but the face so revealed is smiling.
Forgive me, Lord. Words of reconciliation are easy to utter, but little reveals the spirit like swordplay. You could.
It seems like, yeah, the years maybe have tempered Lionel Jonson a little bit, and I don't know. It seems like he's a little less brazen. I don't know. It could just be a situation where he's trying to, you know, regain the loyalty of his men. Because it seems like in the past, his anger would have taken over and he probably would have killed him. You know what I mean? And so, like, he's acting with more temperament now and not wanting to hurt any of his men, kill any of his men or these men, etc., while still proving to them that he is, you know, still the Primarch and capable.
Could have killed me, but did not. If your intentions are to safeguard this world and others, then I pledge my blade to you once again.
What if I had killed you?
Then my companions would have known that your words were empty.
Kai says. The lion snorts. He remembers Knight Commander Kai as a braggart, about whom it was whispered more than once that he might belong in the Emperor's children, but also as a warrior who would never ask anything of others, that he was not willing to attempt himself. The First Legion as it was will never exist again. Adaptation is critical.
I will not rule. I have no wish to. I will command those who are willing to be commanded, and I will lead those who will follow. I know Kai, and he has said his piece. Lowhawk has also given me his answer, and with your recommendations, I will accept him. What of you, Afka?
Afkar's jaw works for a moment, but he finally mag-claps his bolter to his thigh and straightens.
You will give the same opportunity to any of our brothers whom we might encounter.
If they are corrupted, I will not stay my hand.
Yeah.
But I will not make the same mistake I did on Calaban.
Yeah.
And assume corruption without proof.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how. I feel like a lot of this is also he must feel guilt in the fact that he didn't go back to Calaban and deal with the situation sooner. I don't know why he never really did. He didn't really get into this video. I don't know if it's something that they ever talk about in the books, but in the video here, he at least, I mean, there's still a little bit left, but he never really got into why that is. You know what I mean? Why he never went back to Calaban to deal with the situation that happened with Luther and some of the others and the potential, you know, traitors that were there. You know, I would have thought that's the first thing you want to deal with, you know? How can you go on leading men that could potentially be against you? You know what I mean? And I'm back. Sorry about that. I had a phone call to take real quick. But anyway, so let's continue here.
We are all out of step with the Imperium. Determining the exact nature of those differences and the reconciliation of them is for a time when humanity is not threatened by extinction.
He raises his eyebrow.
Yep.
Afkar still hesitates, but when he does move, he moves swiftly. He drops to one knee quicker than either of his brothers, as though finally succumbing to a heavy weight, or as though perhaps a long-held tension has finally been released.
If you are not who we thought you were, then we were fools. Fools who fired on their own battle brothers for no reason.
Say not for no reason.
The Lion says. He tries to keep his tone neutral, for condescension could be as counterproductive as his anger.
Say that you were deceived, as was I, and that you now have the opportunity to atone for whatever mistakes you feel you made beside me, instead of from the shadows.
Afkar nods.
I will not spurn this opportunity.
The Lion takes a deep breath of the night's air, savoring the smell of the plants. They are a welcome reminder of the forest of his home, without any of the threat.
Come with me, my sons. We have a campaign to plan.
I failed my father. I fear I also failed my brothers. I do not wish to fail my sons. The Lion's body has aged, even though he has been unconscious during it. But Zabriel...
Yeah, it's interesting. He's aged, but seemingly from what their conversation, the other Astartes around him who were there back in the day haven't. I find that kind of interesting.
Can see that his mind and attitude towards the universe has matured. The obedience demanding, quick to act, contained fury Primarch.
I wonder if it's a side effect from whatever these creatures are that put him in a stasis, or if it's just his natural aging process. If he is, you know, from his creation or whatever from the Emperor, like he actually just age, whereas some of the other Primarchs and Astartes might not, or maybe he just has a shorter, I don't know, shorter lifespan. It's been 10,000 years, you know, geez. But it does make me wonder, like, why he ages in comparison to others. You know, hopefully we get an answer in this video, but if not, if any of you guys know, let me know.
Was gone. Humility had taken those things from him, because there was nothing more humbling than being truly alone. It was like those early days upon Calaban, those cold nights in the forest, to the walls of Alderuk. Everywhere he went, he was unrivaled, alone at heart. And then came his brothers. Some he despised, some he tolerated, and some he loved. And now they were all gone too. A lone Primarch in the universe. Shame anchors itself to him. Shame for his failures during the Horus heresy. Shame for his mistake of banishing Luther. Shame at what the Imperium he fought for has become. Could this universe even be classed as a victory over Horus?
And I mean, there's a lot of things you could sit there and, you know, take fault for your actions against Conrad and how that, you know, took your attention over against other things that could have been happening. How things turned out with you and Guilliman and Sanguinius, and the fact that you guys could have acted to get to Terra sooner, and that could have saved, you know, things could have been different. There's so many different, you know, ways you could sit there and say, if I'd just done this, things would have been different, you know? So, I don't know, it's pretty rough.
Shame at how unintentionally that this was the very future Curse taunted him with during the Thramas Crusade.
True, yeah.
So the Lion seeks to hold on to the very last thing that could be taken from him. Not his legion, not his Imperium, but his sons. Thousands were misled by Luther, though the scattering throughout space and time has changed them. He knows they desire the same as him. A purpose. A reason to keep on living. It would be this warrior who would ask for help. That the fallen dark angels such as Afkar, Kai, Lohok and Zabriel would follow once again. The misunderstanding of Calaban's destruction forgiven. They would all rise not as the fallen, but the risen. Rising to their duty, once more to protect humanity across the stars. The Lion has returned to a rotting Imperium that is so far from his father's dream. He has faced corrupted marines of chaos, and seen in the night sky the cicatrix maledictum, the Great Terra. Once again in his life he is cut off from the light of Terra. He wishes to see his father, the Emperor. But if Terra is out of reach, what can he do? He is no empire builder like Guilliman. He is a warrior. He is a protector. Zabriel and the people of Kamarth followed the Primarch. After months, the Lion and his ragtag force cleared the world from taint. But as the Lion and his men walked through the forests of Kamarth once again, it started to shift. The trees and foliage became darker, more haunting, until the Lion and Zabriel recognized a similarity. This was just like Calaban. The group kept walking until the forest began to melt away, into the sands of the worlds of Avalus.
And I wonder, the warp would have corrupted a lot of creatures there too, so it'd be even worse than they were before, you know what I mean?
The Lion again felt uneasy. He had traversed over an entire system. He now put the pieces together, that the Calabanite-like forest was not upon Kamarth. It was somewhere else. Perhaps not even within the material universe. Was this his ability? And perhaps could he control it? It could be a powerful asset on the dark side of the rift. The people of Avalus looked on in awe, as a being that dwarfed even the Emperor's Angels of Death, the Space Marines, walked amongst them. And when it was verified that a Primarch stood before them, they fell to their knees, praising the demigod son of the God Emperor of mankind, despite the idea of his father being worshipped as a god, sickening the Lion. He kept his true thoughts to himself. The people of Avalus began to cheer. Tears rolled down their cheeks as a living myth had come.
Avalus, Avalon, I could see there kind of being a little tie in there. And like I said, a little Arthurian legend here. I dig it. I can dig it.
Come to save them. They offered up their service and lives to the son of the Emperor before them. But the Lion refused. I will not rule. My only intention is to clear the stars of the filth that preys on humanity. Will you grant me command of your forces, so that I may do this? He was no lord, but an ally. Amongst furnishings not large enough for a Primarch, the Lion sat awkwardly. It began with a few survivors, and now a handful of his sons had returned to the fold. But the situation on the dark side of the rift meant that not just Kamarth and Avalus, but thousands of worlds were possibly isolated and fending off the darkness.
Yeah.
He would not rule, but he knew his very presence could be a rallying point.
Humanity would need to be reunited
For in
again.
this age, he was a living, walking myth, a son of the God Emperor, despite how uncomfortable that made him. It would begin with an astropathic blare to the galaxy, that the Lion had returned. From the void, ships with corrupted silhouettes made their way towards Avalus. Another victim for the 10,000 Eyes Chaos Warband. The same monsters who had once ravaged Kamarth. Arraying the Imperial fleet before the renegade Astartes vessels, the Lion saw he was outnumbered and outgunned. Anything less than a Primarch's capabilities gave the Imperials a sliver of hope. This time, a monster walked into a trap set by the Lion. The Imperial fleet sprung forth, using asteroid cover and overlapping vectors of fire to split and take on the enemy vessels one by one. To the astonishment of the 10,000 eyes, they were losing, so they became desperate. Reckless enemy teleportations flared upon the Lion's bridge. The Lord of the Fur stepped down from his seat. his new sword fealty in hand, and charged at the chaos terminators upon his vessel. His prowess was not what it once was. His body was aged. He had to plan and fight with more precision and care, lest he be overwhelmed. The Lion fought the Marines infused by chaos, so he used that against them. The power of the Blood God was invigorating, but their fury blinded them to tactical decisions. Jonson separated them, using their blows against each other, until the last was cut down. His armor had taken hits, but the Lion stood victorious.
So yeah, it seems like he's learned to temper himself, and in that temperament, you know, I guess, what am I trying to say? He's not letting his ego get in the way, it seems like, whereas before he would. And in doing so, being a more tempered fighter, he's able to see things and fight more clearly, and has, I guess, kind of developed a new way of fighting. And he's almost, like he said, has really had to, because he's not as young and strong and fast as he once was, but he's smarter, you know? So I find that interesting.
He opened a Vox message and sent it out, that he, the Lion, had returned, and the same fate awaited those who attacked. The renegade fleet began to turn upon itself. Knight Captain Bors and his men, more fallen, had seen and heard their liege lord and answered the call, turning their guns upon the ships they had been uneasy allies with. The desperate defense had turned into a chase as the renegade fleet crumbled, broken apart by the genius of a Primarch. The dark side of the rift once again felt the power of a son of the Emperor. The Lion had been victorious, but this was a temporary reprieve, and the 10,000 eyes would return. De-armored, the Lion sat in meditation, attempting to clear his mind. His mind was beyond human, a genius handcrafted by the Emperor to lead humanity across the stars. He could do almost anything, except clear his mind. It was almost impossible to switch off, to not think of his life, of Calaban, the
a Primarch with ADD. That would be interesting.
Crusade, the heresy, Luther, and the now modern Imperium. He'd barely had time to reconcile all these things. He concentrated on his breathing, pushing the memories from his mind, until he opened his eyes, once again looking upon the Calabanite forest. Within a structure that seemed out of place, the Lion found the emaciated king again, the one from the lake. He was wounded, gaunt, and circled by 4 dark creatures. Blood trickled from the being the Lion suspected was a manifestation of his father, the Emperor. The hollow look from the gaunt king unnerved the Lion. The figure did not even truly look at him. He had not asked the right question, the Lion thought, as he tried to gain the figure's attention, but again the shadows rose, attempting to swarm the king. The Lion stepped back, his vision clouding as it faded back into the material universe. Following the fleet engagement, more of the fallen were drawn to the rumors of the Lion's return. The Lion descended down from his ship rampart, marching forward to an array of fallen Dark Angels. The expression on their faces one of contempt and hesitation. They asked if he had come to kill them. Such a direct accusation that never would have been spoken out loud in the Legion of 10,000 years before. One that would have been met with a swift reaction. But the Lion pressed down that urge. The Imperium had changed. His sons had changed. He had changed.
A lot.
The Imperium is by all accounts gravely flawed, but many of the people within it bear no responsibility for that. They are beset on all sides by ravening Xenos we failed to exterminate, and by foul powers to which our brother legions, and indeed some of your own battle brothers, enslave themselves. Should we leave these mortals to reap the consequences of their forebears' decisions, and the failures of the Legiones Astartes and the Primarchs? It wasn't about blame or forgiveness, it was about hope, about doing something for humanity, Many of the Lion's sons before him were skeptical. Here stood the Lord of the First, aged, but still full of vitality. Should they look to the past, sit in bitter resentment, maybe even fall to chaos as some of their brothers had? Or did they need a new purpose? Could they choose to be humanity's protectors again? The fallen angels of the First pledged themselves to fight alongside their Lord, to be his ally. But in the wake of this moment, when the Lion felt a piece of the life he had had before return, the news came in. Kamarth, the world where the Lion had emerged back into the material universe, the home where Zabriel had protected the people, had been burned. Above the carcass of Kamarth, the Lion, his fleet and the growing risen angels gathered. More had come in that time, such as the librarian Bevden, one whose loyalty had been competed with the architects of Kamarth's destruction, the 10,000 Eyes warband, filled with some elements the Lion would learn of his own fallen sons. Kamarth's destruction had been a message, and the set for an ambush by the true leader of this warband, Lord Seraphax, sitting in his bastion upon the world of Sable. The Lion sat in meditation once again as the fleet moved towards Sable, the frustration building as he looked to Zabriel, who easily entered into a state of emptiness. Jonson, even from his earliest days in Alderuk, with his father figure Luther, had been exceptional. He was on instinct a genius, and though he had trained to become a knight, to be a Primarch in the Emperor's armies, he never found himself starting from scratch. To empty his mind felt impossible. He wondered if this was how base humanity felt when trying to learn anything, as for once in his life he struggled to grasp something. He slowed his two hearts down. He matched the breathing of Zabriel and pictured the Calabanite forest realm, its winding path that allowed him to travel worlds.
Just gotta go to your happy place, you know? Go to your happy place. Do a little happy dance. Do a little happy dance. Go to your happy place.
To return to the universe after 10,000 years. If he could harness this gift, it would change everything. And he didn't have long to master it, as his forces approached Sable. Above the world which was once Sable floated a fortress of bone, forged from the population of an entire planet. The 10,000 Eyes forces arrayed around the bastion, outnumbering anything the Lion could bring. Orbital defenses, and hordes of mutants, beastmen and warriors of chaos stood ready, only for the klaxons of the bastion's inner sanctums to blare. The Lion and his band of Risen had slipped through, traversing the forest path right into the heart of their enemy's hold. The Lion pounded down the corridors towards Seraphax, the hunter chasing down his prey as his men battled the Chaos Marines. Everything in his path was cut in two, faster than the eye could blink, until the Lion chased Seraphax into a chamber room. Great sorcerous chains sprung from the fallen sorcery, binding the Primarch in place. The Lion looked upon a son that had truly fallen. Seraphax, one whose face half burned permanently with chaotic fire. The Lion had promised not to react preemptively, to verify the taint, and now he saw it.
Yeah.
The Emperor must be allowed to die, said Seraphax. Death is only the beginning for one such as him. Only then can he ascend fully into the warp, as the true god he is. Once there, no longer enfeebled by the anger of his broken mortal body, he will destroy the ruinous powers, and the wailing deities of Xenos races and oversee humanity's second Great Crusade. It was madness, a betrayal of what the Emperor stood for. This was not the path, and how could the Lion trust in one so tainted by the warp? Baelor, another of the fallen, stepped out from behind Seraphax, drawing the Lion's blood from a cut. Seraphax would kill the Emperor, and he needed a host to get close enough. And who better than a Primarch? He would puppet the Lion's own body like a twisted marionette, and create a mad apotheosis. The lion looked to the ceiling to see a twisted mirror that began to ripple. Pain soared through every nerve of his body as his soul was being dragged from it. His redeemed sons burst through the chamber doors and fired upon the twisting mirror, only for Seraphax to bind them too. Bevdan looked to the lion. There was so much more the two had to say, so many words yet not spoken, so many failures each had to forgive, but that would never come to pass. Bevdan made the choice and overloaded his psychic power, emulating himself to buy the lion a relief. The lion broke his chain and lunged at Seraphax.
So he charged up his psychic abilities, and like you said, he caused like a psychic overlash that probably killed him, sacrificed himself, but stunned the, Chaos Sorcerer, giving Lionel Jonson the moment he needed to free himself. Interesting. I mean, yeah.
Slicing his staff and pinning him to the ground. The lion roared at the sorcerer to release his sons. Baelor, follower of Seraphax and fallen dark angel, looked on in awe. Never would he have believed the Lionel Jonson he knew would hesitate. Not the lion of old, who would have sacrificed his soldiers for the mission. The hesitation of the lion allowed Seraphax to bind him again.
Damn.
The sorcerer cackled in victory until Baelor slipped his dagger into Seraphax's gut. The fallen sorcerer spluttered and withered away, the mirror sorcery broken, and the runes and glyphs of chaos fading. The 10,000 eyes in Seraphax had been defeated, scattered to the depths of space. The lion was victorious. The redeemed and the lion rose to their feet and gathered around Baelor.
Got lucky.
The lion asked why. Why did he betray his master? He was no longer Seraphax. Not really. My brother held on to himself for so long, but when I heard him speak and saw how he had been altered, I knew he was gone. And you protected my brothers from him. That is not the lion who attacked Calaban. Baelor had turned from the corruption. He had seen his brothers, seen his Lord Primarch, and had chosen them. But Chaos's roots had run too deep. The lion felt a sting in his heart.
So, I mean, it does seem possible for someone to kind of redeem or come back from some kind of chaos corruption in some way.
He didn't want to see more of his sons die. He was not that man who attacked Calaban. Not anymore. He was a protector, not the Emperor's annihilator. Baelor looked up to his lord and asked for a soldier's death. An honor the lion couldn't refuse. The lion cleaved his son's head from his shoulders, his heart steeled, but yet wreathed in the sorrow as he did so. The lion stood in the ashes of victory, the stark realization that his road ahead would be difficult. His return was a flare in the night sky, drawing allies and enemies to its light. But it was a journey he would not face alone. With the redeemed by his side, he would build, spread a web of protection that reached as far as he could, a shield for humanity, all under the protection of the Lion, Lord of the First, son of the Emperor, Primarch of the Dark Angels. The lion emerged once more into the forest pocket realm, looking for the wounded king. Before the strange castle grounds, he found a watcher in the dark. You told me before that I was not strong enough for this. He wasn't, but perhaps he was now. The lion stepped within, finding himself within a gloomy domed room. From the shadow he saw a figure emerge. The ferocity that lurks within the lion's heart is mirrored, but worn on the surface in the flashing blue eyes, those elongated canine teeth that are exposed as the upper lip lifts in a snarl. The lion looked upon Leman Russ. Relief, anger, joy, and alarm all swirl within the lion's heart. But Russ calls him a traitor and lunges at him. The lion meets with him toe to toe, furious concentration against concentrated fury, as the Primarch's duel. The lion battles until the figure transforms, seeing his long-dead charismatic brother Horus Lupercal. The creature within transforms more throughout the duel. Perturabo, Jagatai Khan, Magnus the Red, all the lion's brothers taunt and maul him, ending with the monster that was Conrad Kurz. The ghosts of his brothers spill harsh words. Annihilator, old and weak, butcherer of his own sons, too late to save the Emperor, unworthy of the Emperor's secrets, bio-engineered monster. The lion brawled with every one of his brothers, the remarks cutting just as deep as the Primarch level strikes. They were ghosts, but so was the lion that they knew. He was not that man anymore. He had chosen to become something more, something better than the Primarchs of old. A light flared from behind the lion. He turned and saw it, emanating from a kite shield. It was richly decorated and embossed with an icon of an eagle crowned with laurels. He reached out
the
and
Emperor
touched
protects.
it. His mind expanded to a perspective beyond his own, the galaxy. Humanity and Xenos upon millions of worlds. He saw life from the macro down to the organisms, all connected in a web of power whose perception caused pain to his soul. This was the mind of his father. This was how the Emperor saw the universe. It was incredible and haunting. The lion snapped back to himself, looking upon the Emperor's shield in his grip. He lunged forward and pinned the warp facade Nighthaunter beneath the shield, the energy of the martyr of mankind within eviscerating the creature from existence. Perhaps he was all those things the creature accused him of, but now he could become something he chose to be, a shield in the darkness of the grim dark future. Reuniting with his sons in Avalus, the lion detected a large fleet enter the system. Ships he recognized to be Astartes. The Blood Angels chapter had arrived.
Interesting.
They had come to investigate the rumors spreading throughout Imperium Nihilus of a great knight emerging from a forest, battling the threats to humanity across desperate worlds. Descending down from a ramp, Space Marine.
I would have thought it would have been Rabute coming in, because Rabute, I believe, had already been awake and starting to take over at this point, and unless I'm mistaken.
Marines in blood red marched in parade towards the hulking figure in ornate, deep green plate. What should have been a sight of hope turned the lion's heart into fury as he saw a warrior in gold, donned in a mask that resembled the face of Sanguinius. "Who are you to wear my brother's face?" the lion bellowed, remembering the brother that he loved and admired, one now long dead in this rotting Imperium. The warrior in gold removed his mask, and the lion's anger subsided as he looked upon the space marine that was truly ancient. He sees the reminiscence of his brother's features, cast upon a visage that has seen too much war, a feeling he knew well. "I am Dante, commander of the Blood Angels. I have served the Emperor for over 1,000 years, and I have yet to meet a being with the same bearing as a Primarch. Save for another Primarch. Another Primarch. Rabute Guilliman lived. I am not alone." The lion's heart raced. Rabute, a brother, one he had clashed with many times before, but that didn't matter now. Finally, he had someone left in this rotting Imperium that could understand him, everything he had been through. Guilliman was alive, and leads the Indomitus Crusade across the Great Rift, reinforcing bastions of humanity. It meant Terra still stood. It still fought. It meant the Emperor still lived too. The lion accepted Dante and the Blood Angels, and the news they brought with them, of a great evil amassing in the Somnium stars, a call being answered by the chapters of the Unforgiven, the modern Dark Angels. They were in danger. The lion gathered his redeemed angels and joined the Blood Angels' fleet to his, as they roared towards the Somnium stars. He had made a vow. "I failed my father. I also failed my brothers. I do not wish to fail my sons. He would not fail those who shared his blood and called themselves the Sons of the Lion. A pact sealed in Baelor's blood, a memory he had to honor. The Lion, the redeemed and the Blood Angels arrived in the system, finding the chapters of the Unforgiven in the heart of a trap set by Abaddon the Despoiler and Vashtor the Archiphane, Demon of Chaos. The Wormwood, a twisted marionette reforging of the broken pieces of Calaban, hosted a foul ritual, desecrating rituals and blood splattered across its surface. A corrupted pseudo-planet that felt the wrath of the Unforgiven chapters as they threw themselves upon the Black Legion, World Eaters and demonic forces. A cacophony of violence had shifted as from the warp a blood-curdling roar echoed into real space. Tides of blood coalesced as the demon Primarch Angron broke into the material universe. Azrael, Grand Master of the Dark Angels, held the Imperial forces together, but such was the tide and ferocity of chaos, the lines began to buckle, until a Voxcom blared across the entire Unforgiven line. Dante, Lord Commander of Imperium Nihilus, declared that they bring aid. Your Gene Father has returned. The Lion has returned.
Can you imagine that at that moment? You're in a battle with chaos and a Primarch demon Angron is broken through and is, you know, butchering everyone, and it looks like defeat's at hand, only to have the Primarch of your Astartes Legion appear, who's been gone for, I think they said 10,000 years. Like, the kind of like resolve and drive I think that would put into them, that it's, you know, the Emperor's with them, it's fate, you know, whatever. Like, goddamn, I could only imagine that scene. And again, can't wait to see it in the cinematic universe.
It was as if time stood still.
Right.
For thousands of warriors, their heart beat like drums as the magnanimity of those words sunk in. Azrael and his men turned to see amongst the fire and smoke an enormous figure emerge, a cloak billowing behind him. He carried an ornate sword and shield, and was clad in immaculate armor. Warriors of black and red swarmed behind him, as the Dark Angels felt their blood sing with heat. They looked upon the myth made manifest, and sunk to their knees. Their Primarch, Lion L. Jonson. The Lion looked over the swamp of blood and corpses, to look upon his fallen brother. The demon Primarch Angron. How far his tormented brother had fallen. The sight disgusted him. The Red Angel howled and flew upon his demonic wings at the Lion. The Lion raised his shield and took the brunt of Angron's meteoric slashes. Concussive shockwaves blast from every hit as the duel began. The Knight of Calaban met the demon Primarch of Khorne, as a sea of green and black armor pushed against the tide of chaos. For the Lion and the Emperor of the Sons of the Lion roared. The rampaging attacks of Angron were bone-shattering, Jonson doing everything he could to deflect and counterattack. The Lion ducked and weaved through the structures as he now recognized to his horror. It resembled that of Calaban. The Lion and Angron exchanged more blows and wounds. The Lion using the Emperor's shield to emit golden light and reflecting the demon Primarch's titanic blows upon itself. The Lion weaved more, building the fury of his brother to apocalyptic levels, something he had counted upon. The power of Angron grew as blood poured for him, blood for the blood god. His howls bursting eardrums and scraping at the soul. All semblance of tactics melted into a red haze as Angron made a reckless charge. Jonson joined his twisted brother and dropped his defenses, taking the brunt of Angron's charge, but thrusting his blade deep into his brother's chest as they tumbled. The wounded monster looked up to see the bloodied Lord of the First rise. The Lion loomed over Angron, armor bloodied and dented. He gripped the Emperor's shield with both hands and gave Angron no time to react. With a roar, Lionel
No
Jonson
hesitation
brought the
this
glowing
time.
edges of his shield down upon the demon Primarch's head, driving it through the bridge of Angron's nose with such a force that it embedded itself in the metal surface beneath. The lion banished his brother back into the warp. Through the forest walk, the lion returns to the fleet. The machinations of Vashdor had not been foiled, but the lion had saved his sons. Within the halls of the rock, the Dark Angel's fortress monastery, the remains of Alderac. Before the chapters of the Unforgiven and the Redeemed, the lion stood. The Gene Sons of the Lion were reunited. The tensions of the hunters and those they have hunted for 10 millennia was palpable. The great task of protecting humanity across the stars and bringing together his sons into one legion remains a difficult path. But the lion in his heart knows there is no more space for failure. He will not fail his father. He will not fail his brothers. He will not fail his sons. He will not rule, but he will lead those who choose to follow. For the Imperium, for the Emperor, for the Lion. Lionel Jonson maintains 2 personal sanctum within the Dark Angel's colossal battle fortress. For one is a grand and austere chamber of vaulted ceilings and fluttering banners in the upper levels of the rock. Stoic honor guards of robe and hooded Dark Angels stand to watch in this echoing space whenever the Primarch is in attendance, looking on as honor guard while he receives petitions from Imperial commanders and plans grand strategy on the holomap dais, carved from a solid block of black marble that sits at its center. Fittingly for the Primarch of the Unforgiven, the lion's other lair within the rock is a secret one. Its location is known only to the highest ranking members of the Inner Circle. Even they must complete the enigmatic rite of the Veiled Door before this inner sanctum is revealed to them, and are typically permitted entry only by the lion's explicit invitation. The secret sanctum lies deep within the rock, and takes the form of a series of interlinked stone chambers, where shadows creep and a thin mist crawls over the ground. Here the watchers in the dark are seen frequently, hasting enigmatic errands, or simply lingering like mist in the gloom.
Wonder what the Watchers in the Dark exactly are. It's something that he hadn't really explained in this, and I've never heard of before, but it's, yeah, interesting that there are these beings that seem to be native to the homeworld that he is from that have guided him throughout his life. You know? That was a pretty dope, depiction of a battle between him and Angron, though. Again, I want to see it. I want to see it in the cinematic universe. Amazon, do it right.
The lion's private chambers is infused with a strange sense of watchfulness that even his grand masters find unsettling. Perhaps strangest of all, it is sparsely furnished, and decorations are interspersed within thorned creepers, and arboreal underbush sprouts between flagstones and winding across the walls and ceilings, lending the lion's chambers feeling of some supernatural forest grotto. It is within this inner sanctum, beyond the port of Penebral Sorrow and the chamber of passageways, past which, historically, only supreme grand masters have been permitted, that the lion holds his true counsels. Here he meets with Azrael, Ezekiel, Belial, and others, only those close to an equal footing as ever they will be permitted. Matters of the greatest and most secretive import are discussed. Things are spoken of that may alter the course of the Dark Angel's chapter forever. The Imperium of Man, on more than one occasion, even these storied veterans, knowing as they do secrets fit to blast the souls of lesser men, emerge from these audiences pale and visibly disturbed. At times, as they have waited for audience with their Primarch, members of the Inner Circle have also heard the lion speaking with other visitors. These hushed conversations are unintelligible, even to post-human senses, yet something is murmuring voices. and it causes a friction and unease. When they are admitted to their lord's presence, his mysterious conversational partners are nowhere to be seen. The truth is that, though he talks and strategizes often with the masters of the inner circle, Lionel Jonson keeps to his own counsel on certain secret matters. For the majority of the Dark Angels and their successors, not much is known about these mysterious warriors in dark-hued armor that appeared shortly after the return of the Lion. They heed no battle plans and regard no counsel, but wield huge greatsword of ancient Calabanite design in the defense of important figures of the Unforgiven chapters. That the identity of these companions remains secret, it's sure to vex many of the inner circle.
Interesting.
For the Dark Angels strive to unravel almost as many secrets as they themselves keep. Whispers surround their Primarch. But if the Lion knows who hides underneath the blackened hoods and helmets of the companions, he is not saying. Despite their suspicion, the aid of these enigmatic knights lent to the Unforgiven raises them beyond reproach. Their skill and silent fury have already shielded the sons of the Lion from harm on dozens of occasions, speaking only over heavily encrypted Vox lines and disappearing as suddenly as they have arrived. For those who fight alongside these inner circle companions, their vow of silence lends them to an eerie air, as only the whine of power armor servos and the crunch of blades carving through bone accompanies their brutal performance. Even should one be wounded or fall in battle, they will not cry out. The escape of Luther is also one subject kept close to the Primarch. That fugitive's grim cell lies just beyond the Lion's suit of chambers, and at times the Primarch stands within, eyes closed, breathing slowly, as though listening for the echoes of the one who has spent so many centuries clawing at his walls. His true feelings on the matter he has even kept from the Supreme Grand Master Azrael. But what is certain is that the Lion gives no outward sign of concern.
I'm assuming these dark figures they're talking about are manifestation. I can't say the word. Manifestation. There we go. I don't know what was going on there, but of these watchers, whoever these watchers are, it's interesting. I wonder if we're ever going to learn really who and what these, watchers in the dark are. They don't seem to be any kind of chaos or warp creatures. Maybe they're just some other native beings of Calaban, his home world. And I don't know. It's interesting.
At what dark secrets either Luther or the remaining fallen might reveal, he does not fear any reprise from the Imperium. But yet in those very chambers, as he thinks upon the man who raised him, his mind wanders. The father and son who failed each other.
Yeah.
Could the bond forged in the forest of Calaban be remade? And if he, the Lion, could find a dutiful path towards forgiveness, who was he to deny that right to the man he had once trusted above all others? Luther. Their fates were intertwined, and one day they will meet again.
All right, well, there we go. That was the Lionel Jonson Complete Lore of the First Primarch, voice acted 40k lore, entire character by the Amber King. Great video, very detailed. I like a lot of the new animation stuff that he kind of added in there. I kind of given most of my thoughts on a lot of things as the video had gone through, but I think the thing that kind of really stands out is really how similar him and Conrad are and it's really just kind of their different upbringings really is the only thing that separated them. You know, like eventually Lionel Jonson found someone to look up to and kind of show him how to be a man, I guess. You know, I don't know if that's really kind of the what I'm looking for, but just showed him how to live essentially and kind of gave him a purpose. Whereas Conrad really didn't have that purpose. And like I said, it was always a situation of like Conrad was a man in the darkness, always kind of teetering on crossing over to the light if only he would allow himself to. Whereas the opposite was, you know, Lionel was always the guy in the light who was very, over time, that darkness kind of always crept up to him, and you know, times where he lost his temper and could act rashly. And I really liked kind of the being able to see him in what he is in the present as well, and how these events have really kind of humbled and tempered him. You know, I think, as far as I know right now in the present time, him and Guilliman are the only Primarchs that are back and active in what is the current timeline of the 40k universe. So we don't really know what's going on with a lot of the other Primarchs other than the ones that have fallen to chaos. They're, you know, doing chaos things. But any of the loyalist ones, I think right now, like I said, it's only Rabute and Lionel Jonson that are back. So it was interesting to see, you know, not just stuff that happened during the Horus Heresy, but also kind of what Lionel Jonson's, you know, doing now. And he's kind of going through this almost like self-redemption arc, trying to bring his, you know, Astartes back together, and, you know, trying to go out and hunt, you know, it's like he said, he doesn't want to rule, he's a protector. He's going, it's almost like he's on this kind of quest of vengeance for what happened to the Emperor and the Imperium. It was a really cool scene with him showing up there at the battle and him fighting against Angron. Again, I really want to see that in, you know, the cinematic universe that, you know, they're developing for Amazon with Henry Cavill and all that. There's so many different things that I would love to see. But anyway, but I most of the video kind of really was about him dealing with, at least I feel like, his issues with, you know, Conrad, and really kind of hunting them down, and how it kind of was really him kind of teetering to the darkness. And I really find it also interesting how at odds Key Sanguinius and Guilliman were without the Emperor kind of there as a central figure holding them together, you know. I also don't really know why they never really tried to get to Terra and the Emperor beforehand. You know, like, it almost kind of felt like they had been resigned to the fact that the Emperor had been destroyed, Terra had been destroyed, and this is what life is now, and we just have to make the best of it. And, you know, I don't know. I assume that, you know, you would think that there's definitely some feelings of guilt there on Lionel Jonson's side of things, and, you know, that's probably part of also him wanting to go out and go through his redemption arc here. But it's very interesting seeing him as an older man kind of being more tempered, not just in his thinking and judgment, but also in his fighting. It is also very interesting how, like, he's really aged as much as he has. I wonder why that is in comparison to, you know, some of the other Astartes that were there with him, and they seemingly aren't aged that way. And maybe it's just the difference between the Astartes and the Primarchs. You know, the Primarchs were made differently. He was also the first one, so maybe it's one of the flaws in his genetic makeup or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it was also part of a side effect of what happened from him being put in stasis from these Watchers. You know, who knows? I don't know. But great video, really enjoyed it. It's a very long video we've got going on here. So if you guys, you know, I really appreciate it if you're watching, you know, this all the way through here with me to the end with my reaction. I greatly appreciate you watching it all the way through. As always, links will be down below in the description for the Amber King's channel and this original video without my commentary. If you want to check all that stuff out, you definitely should. You should definitely go give, you know, this, at least give this video a like and give the Amber King a sub if you haven't, and check out his Patreon and any kind of sponsorship stuff he has if you want to support him further. If you want to support me further, you can click the join button down below and check out any of the membership tiers and see if any of those had any kind of interest in, you know, if any of those hold any kind of interest to you. The more people that join, the more I'm able to focus on doing these videos and YouTube stuff for a living, so I can get this stuff out to you sooner. So if that interests you, you know, do consider doing that. But regardless of any of that, I just really appreciate you guys coming and hanging out and watching the videos, and just, you know, giving a like and a sub if you're new is all the real support that honestly I need in order to help the channel grow and get more people in here to view. So for now, that's gonna do it for this one. Really appreciate it. Really long video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I think Fulgrim is the next one that has been requested for me to look at. So we might be checking out the Fulgrim Primarch and his Legion next, and then we'll see where we go from there. But that's gonna do it for this one, guys. I appreciate you very much for hanging out and watching this video all the way through. Hope you're having a wonderful day whenever you are happen to watching this, and I will see you guys on the next one.